Alrighty, you guys, welcome back to a brand new episode here on
The ankle.
Hey Ember.
I hate you like I'm young.
This video is so raw, you guys. Fuck. Fuck me! And that's when I noticed the cold breeze. The ankle's a little mean. My girlfriend behind my back was calling me Porcahontas.
So, good day, you guys, and yes, today's the day. We will be going over all of the drama, more so, I should say, the receipts that Rachel revealed in her video that she released. I believe it was Sunday night. I believe. Yeah. I wasn't quite. Oh, well, first of all, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you so much for tuning on in, you guys. I hope everyone's having a beautiful and wonderful week. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments, like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't too sure how we should do this because there's so much context to a lot of the messages and a lot of the drama between Emily and Amber that I'm not sure would have been fully conveyed if we just read the text messages. You know what I mean? So, buckle up. It's going to be a long video. I don't know if we're going to sit through everything once we get to, the chronological screenshots. We might just kind of mosey our way on through a little quickly, you know what I mean? It's been a few days now. I've been trying to hype this video in particular so that more people would go and see it. I'm sure pretty much all of you saw it. Let's be so for real. But this is Rachel's channel. Just Rachel, not Miss Rachel. I do apologize. It's just Rachel. Although, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't mind being called Miss Rachel. I don't know, but I'm aware. Miss Rachel is a different creator. I get them confused all the time. I could sort of was subscribed. That's stupid. Go subscribe, guys. Give her a like. This video is so well put together. If there was, not to imply any romance, but if there was a Mrs. Snowflake of the universe, I feel like it could be Rachel. No romance implied, just that vibe of editorial kind of really putting in the work, and we appreciate that a shit ton. That's not the type of channel this is, though. We're just a shit talking channel. So we've been given some new juicy material. I want to check it out, guys. I do think... Now, I did say that, we didn't really find out much. That's kind of not true. We got a very intimate look into how Amber operates in these relationships, especially when she sees things falling apart. How she operates. That's something we haven't necessarily seen before, except for in some of the early, Destiny texts. So I will say, in that regard, we do get a much keener insight, but, we knew she was crazy. I guess we just, we never know to what extent. And then she always comes out and one-ups herself, really. But, yeah. Oh, does she do, yarn stuff? Rachel, is that, yarn? I'm getting preoccupied, sorry. But yeah, so we're going to check it out, guys. It's going to be a long-ass video. Yeah, so buckle on up, grab a snack, grab a drink, and let's dive right on into this. Shall we?
Hello, welcome back. Lovely to see you. It's been a
Hello, Rachel. Lovely to see you too. I can't do an accent. Sorry.
time since I uploaded, getting on for 3 weeks now. I went away to Cyprus. I had a little break.
Gorgeous.
And you'll notice that the break I had was around about 3 weeks. Just before I went on this break, Mr. Snowflake posted this video, which he made in collaboration with Amberlynn Reid's ex-girlfriend, Emily. In this video, Mr. Snowflake shared conversations between himself and Emily, where we heard Emily's side of the story. Now, what you won't know is that Mr. Snowflake was not the only reaction channel that Emily was speaking to at the time, and I've been sent some very interesting...
Listen, y'all, she wasn't speaking to me. She wasn't. She learned the first time. I will run to y'all with that.
screenshots, which I have Emily's express permission to show you in this video. In the video that Mr. Snowflake and Emily made, we got 3 screenshots, which were conversations between Amber and Emily on the 17th of November, which is the night that Rarity, Amber's cat, went missing, and Amber claimed...
The fact that the messages we saw are the 24th. It starts at the 24th screenshot that Rachel has. Oh, Amber, buckle up. And this is just one day, mind you. This is one day of Amber being the biggest pain in the ass you've ever heard of.
She was harmed by Emily. She says she was kicked twice. She accuses Emily of physical abuse.
When I went to go walk into the bathroom, she kicked me.
Well, Amber, were you following her into the bathroom, much like you followed Destiny and nearly busted the door off of its hinges? Yeah, we remember that.
Really hard in my stomach. Really hard.
You know what? I would too, dog. I would too. If a 600-pound, raging lunatic was charging at me, following me all over my own freaking house, yeah, sorry. You're crossing a line, so...
That is the only time that something, physical like that happened.
But the thing is, that didn't even happen, so...
And you told Mama Lynn Emily kicked you, yeah. And I remembered she's actually kicked me twice. I forgot about the second time. I was sitting on the couch one time, again, during one of our arguments, and...
I mean, my God, dude. How many arguments do you need to have before you just get the fuck out?
She wanted me to leave, and she wanted me to stop crying. And she was, laying on the couch, and I was, sitting, on the end of it.
Sorry to keep pausing. I know it's going to be annoying. This is going to be a long video. But she manipulatively cries. Yeah, that would be annoying as fuck. It's just Amber, why can't we just have a conversation? There's no need for you to be crying right now. And she's just blubbering on the couch.
Kicked me off the couch, and I landed on the floor, and I had to have her help me get up.
She then went on to...
I don't believe that. How do you kick a 600-pounder off the couch, huh?
About evidence that Emily had that in fact she was the one who faced the physical abuse.
Emily literally faked nail marks in a different shirt on a different day, took the picture as if it was the same fucking day. She faked nail marks days later.
We will cover...
Yeah, what's Amber's finger covering up, huh?
All of that in this video, but the response that Amber gave to this interview between Emily and Snowflake was to go live and accuse Emily of physical and emotional abuse. She lied herself about many things.
I've never seen Rachel at all. This, I don't want to share it, is Amber's subconscious telling her not to lie.
Sorry, that first one got me.
No, actually, it's Amber's subconscious still being a decent human. So,
Period.
Rachel, sit down and spin.
Listen, I feel like Rachel was really nice maybe not nice. Maybe not by Amber's view, at least. But fair. Very fair. And I feel like now we're starting to see a different side of Rachel. Not a bad thing by any means. I love it. I love it. Amber goes and she pesters these people that are fair and somewhat relatively nice to her. And boom. Look what happens. It happened with Salty Crab. I mean, I love to see it, honestly.
Proof that I'm going to show you in this video very much calls Amber's claims into question. In some places, proves that they are straight up not true. I'm going to prove that in this video using...
Also, very ignorant question. How long has Rachel been doing reactions to Amber? Genuine question.
Conversations between Emily and Amber Lynn from that very night. In Snowflake's video, we saw these 3 screenshots of messages between Amber Lynn Reid and Emily.
That's crazy. We thought we were being fed off of 3.
In this video, I'm going to show you the 77 screenshots that precede these ones.
77! 77! Oh my god. God damn. God damn.
So show you some other interesting and relevant screenshots and conversations, as well as some further evidence that Amber's story about Emily lying about the nail marks is categorically untrue. We already knew this because Milky Chai clocked it in this live stream here, and I've already made a video about it. It's this video, but the stuff I'm going to show you tonight makes it even more obvious that it's not true. The screenshots I'm going to show you today also include a brief mention of Amberlynn Reid's ex Jade, and it could be that Amber has had an awful string of really, really bad luck, or it
Oh, no.
could be that she is the common denominator.
Bingo! Now, listen, as much as I don't really agree with Jade, I think the only reason that people give Jade, I think, more leniency is because they refused to be, like, any part of the YouTube at all, whereas Emily was clearly here for it. I still, like, really? She still had to have known how terrible Amber was and still was like, yeah, let me go.
Signature move is to blame her victims when she gets called out. I've always said, ever since the very beginning of this Amber and Emily drama, that I will base my opinions off receipts only. I've said multiple times I want proof, and I want to believe the person who shows the proof, or I'll believe what the proof shows. Put it that way. Emily's been accused by Amber of lots of very, very bad things publicly on a big public platform with absolutely no proof. Emily, in my opinion, is well within her rights to share proof that what Amber has claimed is not true. Amber has
Yeah, I would agree.
shown at least one of these screenshots herself in her live stream, a live stream that during which she also exposed private medical information about Emily having a condition where she gets cuts on her body. She used this medical condition to try and make it look like the scratch marks on Emily's arm weren't caused by Amber, but were actually caused by something else.
Oh, this is crazy.
Dog, like I said in the beginning, just when you think Amber can't get any more crazy, she goes and really one-ups herself.
Crazy. This is crazy. This is from a few days later. Keep that in mind. In this photo, you're going to see these weird marks that she created herself. Oh, Emily has marks all over her body. Oh my God. See, I don't want to go into medical.
Well, you just did. Dipshit.
Right now, but she has marks all over her body from something medical. I'm not getting into it.
And she made very serious accusations against Emily. So it's my opinion that Emily is fine to show proof that that is not the case. That's
1,000%. I only question why now. Why now? Why wasn't this whole text thread released with Mr. Snowflake? Right?
I'm comfortable sharing these screenshots in this video. Also, one final thing very, very quickly is if you are a reaction channel who's planning to grab these screenshots and use them, I do have some context.
Oh no, honey, I'm going to take this whole video. Speaking of context, yeah, there's so freaking much. I would 1,000% forget something and we'd be sitting there like, what? So this is the easier part, but like I said, we'll skip through once we get to the actual screenshots.
Some bits, so I would really recommend, rather than grabbing the screenshots and running away and making a video, which please by all means do that, just maybe watch this video first, because there are some bits in the screenshots where I'm going to say something that if you don't listen to what I say and just grab the screenshots, you might be like, what about this, and I would have answered your question in the video. So I have numbered them for you to make it nice and easy. I think it's time that we get to analysing the proof that we've seen, comparing it to Amber's own stories, claims that Amber made, and what we can tell from this proof. Basically, all of them are from the 17th of November, which is the night that Amberlynn and Emily had a massive argument, physical altercation. Emily left, went...
Listen, this can't be the only... Whoops. Sorry. This can't be the only instance of this, right? Like, there's got to be other texts. Release them all, Emily!
And then later that day, Amber's cat went missing after...
Release the fucking video, or just the audio of it, of her freaking out I want to know how loud she gets.
Had told Amber to leave. That's the day we're talking about here. The screenshots are color coded, so the black ones, 1 through 54, start at 4:05 a.m. and go all the way until 9:15 p.m. that night. The purple screenshots then come in, and we've got 1 through 26, which take us all the way up to the 3 screenshots that we got in Mr. Snowflake's video. So it's the whole day, all the messages all day. So here we go. Screenshot number 1. So this
is crazy. 77 screenshots worth of text messages in one day. Ooh.
Start of the night. They've had a massive fight. Emily has left the house and she goes and gets in her truck and drives off. And this is the conversation. This is the text that Amber sends Emily. This is what I wrote to you at 2:27 a.m. in the morning, right before I told you I loved you and you scooted back closer to me. I'm about to go to sleep, but I'm laying here thinking about the night we just had. I was in such a bad mood and I'm sorry. I truly was in the weirdest headspace and I was trying to just live in the moment, but I'm sorry if you noticed I wasn't feeling very well. It was emotionally and physically. I've been so stressed with everything going on that I kind of shut down emotionally. I wish I could redo the night, honestly, but we have another night when you get off work that I hope I can make up for it during. I love you more than I can ever express. You're so sweet, gentle, and understanding today, knowing how I've been feeling. You mean the world to me, and I cannot wait to spend more days with you and being close to you. I wish we were skin to skin right now. See?
Ugh. Ugh. Skin to skin. Yeah.
Morning, baby.
With Amber? Ah.
Message, and it goes across screenshot 1 and 2. There's a little bit of context here. So from what I understand, Emily and Amber were lying in bed and it looks like that around 2 something a.m. Emily...
Now this whole fight thing, just from text messages, really does not make a lot of sense to me. I don't know. I'd like to hear it from the cow's mouth, but
wakes up and starts shouting.
Well, not Amber's. Not Amber's. That was misleading. I do apologize.
Amber. Now, it seems like she was having a bad dream, or this is what the messages make it seem like. Emily wakes up. She definitely has PTSD, and PTSD from other stuff, by the way. She wakes up. She thinks that her and Amber are in a fight. She, wakes up and yells, and she's like...
Also, to be fair, if pretty much every waking moment with Amber is an argument or just uncomfortable... Yeah, safe to assume that if she's rudely waking you up in the middle of the night, it's to start something. I mean, Amber literally would stand over Emily while she tried to sleep and purposefully would keep her awake. She literally said in her live stream, yeah, if I don't get peace of mind in the moment, then you don't get to either, essentially. And that is just crazy, dude.
Something like that. And that wakes Amber up. And Amber and Emily start having a fight. It's not very clear, but what is...
Honestly, Amber probably farted. She probably farted, and Emily probably thought that she was reaching for the water bottle again.
Is that Amber is writing a note in her phone that she wants to show Emily. So she's lying there, she's writing a note in her phone.
But I thought she was asleep. Right? I'm not... this is not me doubting Rachel at all here. This is information that Amber has given us, and we'll see in the text messages how often Amber's story changes. Oh, I was sound asleep. You woke me up. And then, oh, well, no, see, I had the brightness turned down all the ways, so, you shouldn't have even cared.
Dark in the room, and the glow from Amber's phone is lighting up Amber's face, right? You'll see in a little bit later that becomes relevant, but that...
And the thing is, Amber has to sit up. She can't lay down. She can't lay on her side. So, she's just kind of stuck there. And who knows how Emily sleeps.
What was happening? Then they have the massive fight. Emily leaves, and that's what is going on here. Because in a minute, you're going to see Emily say, well, you were shining a light in my face. That's what she's talking about. So that's what happened. They have the big fight, the nail marks, the falling into the rug. We get into all of that in a second. And these are the texts that follow Emily leaving. Amber says, I originally was going to send it for you to wake up to. She's talking about the message that she was writing, but I didn't want the vibration to wake you up. Then an hour and a half later, you woke up thinking we were arguing when I was literally sleeping. I don't understand what just happened at all, and I feel lost, absolutely lost. when you woke me up as if we were arguing, I without a doubt reacted from PTSD from my childhood. And
See, I do find it very interesting that Amber's bringing up the PTSD argument now, and I would argue even that she started to claim that, I would say roughly around the time that she actually met Emily.
you don't ever say what you just said to me. And I think what she's saying there is all the nice stuff that Amber said in the original text, like wishing.
Sorry. The girls, they give me heartburn, dude.
Skin
I need my Rolaids.
It sounds like Emily is saying.
I'm telling y'all, go watch the movie together. It just came out relatively recently, so it's a newer movie. It's like horror, drama. I'm telling you, go watch it. It fits perfectly.
Say stuff like that to me. And then Amber carries on from her previous message, when my dad would wake me up screaming. Emily says, that's
not perfectly. I don't want to allude that it's like an abusive relationship like that, but it's a codependent one.
You physically laid hands on me. Okay, so Amber's giving her all this fluffy stuff, all these words, and trying to talk to her and say, babe, listen, I love you, I'm really sorry for the fight. I was triggered by you shouting at me from my childhood. Okay, classic Amber Lynn. And Emily doesn't respond to any of that. She just says, that's unforgivable. You physically laid hands on me. So that
So, is that the argument that then led to... I'm guessing, yes. It's the argument that led to Amber falling on... I'm still a little blurry on the exact timeline. The argument that led to Amber falling on Emily and Emily running out of the apartment, scared of Amber, and allegedly still leaving the door open. But we know Amber to follow people from room to room until she gets what she wants. You expect us to believe that she didn't follow Emily to the back door? Really? Okay.
Clear.
Unless there was a few staircases in between, I don't foresee that.
Argument from Emily directly to Amber in private messages. No need to lie. She says, you physically laid hands on me. Amber replies, I was trying to calm you down and hold you. That's really important.
I don't believe it. I don't.
As in response to Emily saying, you physically laid hands on me, Amber says, I was trying to calm you down and hold you.
See, the thing is, I don't want to discredit Emily's experiences or their trauma in this, because I do believe, we know what we know about the diabetic in the basement situation. I do believe that there's probably a lot of complex shit from that. Amber's definitely not going to help that at all. I mean, and the thing is, even though Emily might have been, I don't want to even say might, even though Emily was experiencing that, having like an instant flashback in that moment when she woke up, the fact that she stays so level-headed in all of these texts, the same story every single time. Her body might have been in like fight or flight in that moment, but I don't think her brain was necessarily. I think she very clearly and cognitively was aware of what was happening. Just my take.
Interesting. She says, in doing so, I tripped over the blanket on the floor. Pretty sure I hurt my ankle. Not the classic dangling ankle. But Amber's point, very clear.
Oh, ankle.
I was trying to calm you down. I was trying to hold you, but I tripped over. Okay.
The thing is, though, Amber... Here, devil's advocate, so don't get at me. The thing is, even if you were trying to do that, you need to understand and you need to be able to recognize when to give someone space in general, but especially physical space. All right? If you see Emily putting distance between you and her, don't try to fill that gap. That's intimidation. Honestly, it doesn't matter how you mean it.
Put the clip here of how Amber described that altercation in her live stream.
During the frantic of it all, I remember
See, I want to know what the frantic of it all was. Because in that, she's glossing over a lot.
Tripped over her rug. I landed into her. She fell on the ground. And I'm like, as that's happening, I'm trying to get her, like.
Listen, I feel like you would definitely be able to recognize when Amber's tripping. Right?
Falling. I go to grab her off the ground. I will never forget this moment ever, because I'm telling you, I called my mom hysterical. She's telling me, yeah, Grace, because anytime that I would start crying, she would leave the room completely.
How fucking often did Amber cry? Jesus Christ. Well, to be fair, Amber, you're not good at crying and manipulating people. For some people, it works. But for an adult, I would say, that shit ain't gonna fly. And it's just, it's so tiring. It's so tiring. We've never seen her really, like, in that moment, how she acts in an argument with a partner. We've seen her get snappy, but if there's a video camera there, ooh, does the story change?
I had to deal with someone who did not care about my feelings at all. So,
It doesn't seem like you cared about hers, to be honest. Making her stay up all night arguing with you when she has to go to work. Listen, I don't want this video to come off that like I'm a defender of Emily. Y'all know I do not agree with her on pretty much most of anything, I'm sure. But that does not mean that she should be abused. I mean, duh.
when I tripped over the rug,
I think she deserves to probably be alone forever, you know, because her lifestyle, her interests are so fucked up towards others. But abused, absolutely not. No one deserves that.
I landed into her and she was falling.
Not even Amber. Not even Amber. She doesn't deserve it either. But she perpetuates it to others.
To grab her. It didn't work out very well. She still landed on the floor.
So that's what she said on the live. This is what she's saying here. Emily says,
Actually, I might recant that statement. Amber might deserve a good clock. I'm kidding.
pushing me down and squeezing my arm and body slamming me when I was trying to leave. So Emily's been very clear. Her argument is you physically put hands on me, you pushed me down, squeezed my arm when I was trying to leave. And Amber puts, I wondered how you ended up on the floor, but that explains it.
Crazy statement. Crazy. I wonder how you ended up on the floor. What the fuck?
Fucking bullshit of a body knocked you over. So Amber's saying here,
The self-deprecating. My bullshit of a body. What the fuck?
wonders how Emily ended up on the floor, but she knows how Emily ended up on the floor. She's just said 2 seconds ago she tripped over the blanket.
Exactly.
So that's really strange. That message, I was wondering how you ended up on the floor, is so weird. You were there. If Emily ends up on the floor, you know how that happened.
Yeah, wasn't she kind of like right fucking in front of you, Amber?
In the room watching it, right? Very weird. Emily replies, you literally pushed me. That's how I ended up on the floor. And the way Emily's speaking here, she's to the point. It's one message. It's very clear. This is what you did. This is what...
Listen, I believe Amber could have probably got a running start, slammed into Emily, which we know she's done this before, slammed into Emily, and just the sheer momentum of it brought her down with her. I think that's more than likely what happened.
She sticks to the same line.
We know how George is, okay? We know.
The whole way through, and you'll see when, as we go, which you're already kind of seeing, Amber doesn't do that. Amber's story flip-flops. She trips over the rug, then she trips over the carpet, then she was trying to calm Emily, then she was trying to hold Emily. It's very, very obvious. Her story is not clear. Amber then says, I didn't body slam you and I didn't mean to squeeze your arm. What the hell is happening? You imagined a whole argument while you were sleeping, Emily. That scared the fuck out of me. Now you're thinking I put you on the floor? I would never do something like that on purpose, ever. So I think what Amber is referring to here when she says you imagine...
I feel like Amber knows when she instantly has to start doing damage control in a relationship. I think that's what we're seeing here. I mean, yeah, it is. I keep forgetting, like, Jordan, you've seen this. But it's, oh my God. I don't think, and now listen, I've had some experiences with many different kinds of people, and some very, very manipulative ones. However, I don't think I've necessarily ever dealt with someone this purely manipulative, right? It's so weird.
Whole argument she's talking about while Emily was asleep, and then she woke up shouting at Amber, thinking they were in a fight when they weren't. Emily doesn't deny.
Well, I mean, shit, if you woke up to a fucking flashlight in your face.
Happened, as you can see. She doesn't say anything about that not being true. She doesn't deny it, so it sounds like that did happen. So there's this...
Also, imagine that, though, like, kind of put yourself into the shoes of Emily a little bit. Ugh, I know. Try to put yourself into her shoes. You have the complex trauma that she does relating to the whole being held at pew point. I never censor my words. At gunpoint by the diabetic in the basement. Imagine that, okay? Now layered with you're being woken up in the middle of the night, so you're confused and dreary out of it. And there's just a light in your face. Like an interrogation light, almost. How terrifying. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that would probably really upset someone.
Very interesting thing that's happening here. It sounds like Emily woke up thinking they were in a fight, started shouting at Amber.
I mean, I'm not comparing Emily's trauma to others, but like, I'm just going to give a personal example. Many people in my family have been deployed, have served in the war or in the army in some capacity, in some form. And after deployment, you don't just, like, carry on, you know? Like, I remember for a while, sorry, when I was younger, I couldn't, like, run to wake up my dad. I just couldn't. It got better, you know, as I got older. Like, it wasn't as a abrupt, like, startling thing. But as a little kid, you know, like, he was very easily set off in the middle of the night by anything. And that's the case for a lot of people who have PTSD. So I'm not saying that Emily's is the same as that, not at all. But it kind of goes into how, like, your brains function in that moment, you know? You don't know the difference between what's actually happening and what happened before, even if it's just for a split second, you know? I'm sure very quickly Emily, you know, realized it was Amber and, you know, but that rush, you know, just doesn't leave you.
Which wasn't true, because they weren't in a fight, they were asleep, right? And Emily did imagine that because she was dreaming it or sleeping through it or thinking it happened in her head or whatever. But now what Amber is trying to do in this...
Imagine being so tormented by your partner that you're having dreams of being tormented by your partner.
Here, she's trying to say that Emily's real lived experience, the fight that they had when they woke up, was also a figment of Emily's imagination.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, my God.
like the fight that Emily was having, imagining in her head before she woke up and started shouting at Amber. But when Amber writes, now you're thinking I put you on the floor, I would never do something like that on purpose. You can see Emily reply, you literally did that after you told me I deserved to be. I'm sorry, Amberlynn, but being with you is not worth this bullshit. You just ruined any chance of this ever working.
That's crazy. That's crazy. To say that Emily deserved being held at gunpoint, be so for real. Be so fucking for real, Amber.
Which is really interesting. And Emily, again, she's very straight in this. She's not straight.
Rachel, I was taking a sip. You can't do that to me, gal. I must have missed that the first time I watched. Holy fuck.
It's very clear in these messages.
No, she's bi. She's bi.
A line is very clear. Amber, you did this. This is what you did. She's not giving flowery, fluffy language. Doesn't seem like it anyway. Amber just puts, okay. Emily puts, you wouldn't push me and that's out of the question, but you grabbed me. Right. Amber says, but yeah, I've full-fledged had to deal with...
Just the okay. That's crazy.
Rampages where you say the most awful shit anyone has ever said to me, and I've had to forgive you and move on over and over and over and over and over. And Emily says,
okay, hold on. Sorry, Rachel. I want to pause right there. With your rampages where you say the most awful shit anyone has ever said to me. That could be as simple as Colleen wouldn't have treated me this way. Or just calling her on her bullshit. That's what that means, okay? I don't want it to get misconstrued. Amber's very deliberate with her language to mock up that, like, she's being so horribly disrespected, and all the while it's just, Amber, I would like 5 minutes to myself. I'm being so dead ass.
this is why I don't open up to anyone. I was stupid to trust you. Now, before we move on to this next bit where they mention Jade, interesting as hell, come to that in a second, this conversation here, you can see Amber claim that she's put up with fully fledged rampages where Emily says the most awful shit anybody has ever said. And then she goes, and I've had to forgive you and move on over and over. And there's this repetition of over and over, which...
oh my god.
It's very dramatic, unnecessary.
I also want to point out, all of this reads like a teen high school drama script. Right? Right? It doesn't seem like a real conversation that could actually happen. But we know how crazy Amber is. We also know her influences, like how she's very preoccupied with childish things, which... listen, not saying that's a bad thing in and of itself, but it plays into a ongoing list of traits that, make us really collectively side-eye Amber.
Unnecessary repetition, it's very clear, and it becomes clear throughout the messages as we move forward. One of these people is speaking with a lot of hyperbole, a lot of dramatic words, giving a lot of flap, a lot of like flowery language, and really...
yeah, like a movie.
I don't know what the word is for it, like over dramatizing and over explaining, saying too much. And the other person is saying very straight, very simple, relatively short messages where their point is clear and obvious. And that continues the whole way through these conversations.
Amber's also hoping for an argument. And Emily was smart in this moment and did not necessarily give that to her. Like, Amber was hoping that she would throw so much at Emily at one time that it was just too much. It would get Emily all flustered, discombobulated, or combobulated, as Amber would say, and would lose track, It's part of the confusion game. Amber relies on confusion a lot.
To think the person who's telling the truth is the one who says it like this. You fucking pushed me. You'll see more of it as we move through. It's clear that Amber is the one who is, I don't want to say necessarily creating a narrative, although I think think she
I
probably
think she's also grasping at straws.
is. Amber is the one who seems to be overcompensating, saying too much,
And we know that to be Amber, especially when she's lying. She gives too much of it.
unpacking the case too much. That's how this seems to me. And you see this accusation from Emily, you did that after you told me I deserve to be abused. Amber doesn't say, I never told you you deserve to be abused. I never said that. She just puts okay, which is
Eesh. Eesh.
the acceptance of what Emily
Yeah, that's admittance. That's an admission.
Emily has said. And very telling there, Emily says, you just ruined any chance of this ever working. It's a powerful sentence. The conversation that's preceded that sentence is Emily claiming very clearly that she was physically hurt by Amber, that she was body slammed and pushed to the ground.
I also find it interesting, sorry Rachel, how I'm going to be saying that so much, how Amber then instantly flips the script to, oh, well, I've been having to deal with you and your full-fledged, what is it? I don't know. Rampages.
And Amber claiming that this never happened, that she imagined it, that it's not real. It existed in Emily's head and she's fabricated it. And
that has to be the most, like, I don't know, like, dude, I'd rather experience the fucking rapture than experience that level of gaslighting. It would feel like your whole world is just like, what the fuck?
Comes out after those interactions and says, you just ruined any chance of this ever working. So we see Emily say, I was stupid to trust you, which I think is a fair characterization. I think anyone...
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying Emily deserved this. I will, however, give a very light and delicate, we told you so. And we told you so too, Amber, okay? Emily, I don't want to make it seem like Emily's like this perfect saint. Absolutely not, once again. But when you're stacked up against Amber, dude, Amber makes the devil look like a fucking angel.
Trusts Amber Lynn and brings Amber Lynn into their home with all the things that we know she's done and does and her character. I agree. You would be stupid to trust that person.
Yep.
Absolutely. Then Amber says, you...
Especially because Emily definitely 1,000% knew who Amber was.
The same stuff to me about Jade, about everyone in my life, telling me that I must have made Jade abuse me. You said that, but I forgave you, like I always do.
Well, now listen. I don't want to say that that is a fair judgment to make of anyone. Okay? Like, we're giving Amber shit for saying that about Emily. The thing is, I think Emily has probably demonstrated a lot less to deserve a critique like that rather than Amber. Okay? Like, that's the thing. Like, you hear stories from these people, but then you see how their actions lead towards others treating them, and you see a common reoccurrence. And it's just, it makes you really question those other stories that they've given to you.
That is so interesting. So Amber's never said a huge amount about Jade. She always tried to keep Jade as I admit, by the way, my Jade lore is a little bit woolly. So I don't have, I know, like, you know, the basics, but I don't have very nuanced information about Jade. I don't think anyone does in a way, because Jade never showed her face and she tried to keep it private. But Jade is one of the exes that we don't know very much about. But here it is, a screenshot.
Well, everything that we do know about Jade was given to us by Amber freely, so can blame her for that.
Of Amber alleging that Jade was also abusive to her. There's going to be a few little asides here from editing Rachel. The first one is this screenshot here. So we're talking about Jade. This is as good a place as any to chuck this screenshot in. So we have 1 and 2. I'll show you them one after the other. These screenshots, I don't know exactly when they're from. I think they're from after, when Emily and Amber have all this drama and Rarity goes missing, and then Emily drives Amber back to Oklahoma and leaves her at home. And I think this is Amber trying to make Emily speak to her after the fact. But the reason I'm bringing it up now is because these 2 screenshots again show more of this Jade stuff. Emily says, I don't know the context exactly, but it's all someone is sick.
Hold on, sorry. I'll reverse it. But the "you hate me, Emily," that sent me. That sent me. What a crazy fucking thing to say.
Of this Jade stuff. Emily says, I don't know the context exactly, but it's all someone is sick of you yelling at them every time of interaction. So that sounds like Emily claiming that Amber yelled at her all the time. And
I'm sure if it happened with Emily, it happened with every single other partner, okay? Although I will say, it seems like now that a lot of Amber's relationships are being kept off of the internet, for the most part, we're seeing her abuse ramp up even more because now there's no longer an audience. With Beck and Destiny, there was an audience, and she knew that people liked them so that they would listen if she ever did anything truly that fucking terrible.
Amber types in all caps.
So put that into perspective when Amber comes on claiming that, like, yeah, neither of us were perfect, talking about her relationship with Beck. Neither of us were perfect, but it wasn't, like, that bad. Yeah, because it's way worse now that there isn't an audience. And she made sure that her audience would hate Emily. Absolutely hate her. So then, you know, less chance of Emily wanting to come forward with anything.
I'm talking about Jade, how she would ignore me till I did what she told me to do. She controlled me. It isn't just physical. And Emily replies, stop calling me. Amber says, then answer. If you don't, I'm going to...
That's crazy.
It is a sign that you simply don't give a shit. You hate me, Emily. You can see that Amber is straight up harassing Emily.
Mm-hmm. And that's what she does. We know that to be Amber.
Stop calling me, please. She keeps repeating, just stop. Call again and I'm blocking your number. And you can see Amber saying, answer once, please. This isn't right or fair. Answer one time. You don't love me. It's sick how you treat me. She shows time and time.
Mind you, Emily was probably at work. This is ridiculous, dude.
And that she has got absolutely no respect for the space, privacy, or autonomy of the person that she's dating. When Amber wants something from you, when she wants attention or affection, she is ruthless in pursuit of her goal. She will
absolutely
stop calling you. And it's almost comical how you can see in the first screenshot here.
Just wait till we get to the fucking, like, call logs. Oh my God, dude. Oh, Emily, you're a better man than I am.
It isn't just physical. And
well, she's like, no, probably not. But
absolutely right. Amber abuse can also be mental, financial, emotional. Amber is basically admitting here.
Yeah, Amber. She gives you the full trifecta. She said, you want to see abuse?
That she did say to Emily that she deserved the abuse that she faced at the hands of Megan. I've realised while doing a final run through of editing this video that I take it for granted that you guys are going to know who Megan is. Just for anyone who doesn't know, there was a previous relationship that Emily had with a person called Megan. People became aware of...
Megan is the diabetic in the basement. Just a heads up. That's just kind of the nickname that was given to her.
Because of a live stream that was made by Oh Lordy It's Geordie. But this is relevant because in this screenshot you see Amber say, you said exactly the same things to me about Jade. So interesting for the law here that Amber is claiming that she was physically abused by Jade as well. And then Emily's reply is, I asked what the circumstances that led up to her hitting you. Now again, here comes Emily with her level.
Now, that's very important. That's very important. That's not necessarily saying that Amber deserved it. All Emily was asking for was the full story. But interesting how Amber twisted that.
Well, what reads to me anyway as a level-headed response. It could be that this is not a level-headed response. It could be that this is, you know, her lying. To be honest, it doesn't read like that. And I'd be lying if I said I thought that. There's probably other ways you could interpret these short messages from Emily. You could call it stonewalling, but I don't think that that's what it is. I think it's that this person is telling the truth.
Also, well, hold on, I'm sure she'll read it.
Clear and short, which is why the messages are clear and short. But Emily says she asked what the circumstances were that led up to Jade hitting Amber. And Amber says, yeah, you've asked that, But
So Amber admits, yes, that is correct.
during an argument, you told me that I pushed her to do it. And
Now there's that. That is a very different thing than saying you deserved what happened, what you said initially happened to you. That's very different. Very, very different. And we know how dangerous Amber is. So when it comes to, honestly, we can't even really call it reactive abuse. That's not what this is. This is self-defense. Mind you, this is self-defense. There are allegations that Amber had a knife held up to Feline. This is self-defense, okay? Any whooping that Amber caught after that, self-defense.
to sit there and hear you say that about me. I cried and cried, but I still accepted your apology. What I said tonight wasn't okay. It was awful. Now, there's been question in Girl World of whether Emily was in fact abused by Megan. She claims that she was. The only actual proof that anybody has seen is the police report of the situation that occurred between Emily and Megan, where Megan pulls a gun on Emily. I've read the entire police report. I'll put information.
I don't believe we went through that fully. I don't believe. I do believe something happened, though, for sure.
So you can go and find it if you want, because it's, somebody got it under the Freedom of Information Act. It shows that Emily's story is corroborated by the CCTV, and it shows that there was a gun found. It's a police report that shows that Emily was held at point by Megan. So Amber says, I had to sit there and hear you say that about me.
We don't know the specifics of what led to that. We don't, but it did happen.
Cried, but I still accepted your apology. What I said tonight wasn't okay. It was awful. I wasn't in my right mind. Waking up like that felt like my childhood. I was scared. I tried to explain to you that we weren't arguing, and I wanted you to read the sweet thing I wrote so that you could understand how much I loved you, but you were so rude to me, I flipped out. You don't have to accept my apology, but I'm sorry. Emily said...
Where did she apologize? Am I bugging? Where did she say I'm sorry? Oh, she did. Okay, but I am sorry. See, that's a good message. I'll give that to Amber. Not all of it, but that's a good ending. You could have just kind of left it with that, really. But, no, we're going to carry on with the crazy. Don't worry. Don't worry.
was shining a bright light in my face. Amber puts, it was the note part on my phone. Emily says, I told you to stop. That's not being rude. So it sounds like Emily's woken up, shouted at Amber, thinking they're in a fight. Amber's gone, we're not in a fight. What are you on about? Look.
I also love how she just goes on to explain a bunch of random bullshit, completely negating this message.
And this nice thing about you, and held a bright phone light in Emily's face. Emily said, stop shining a light in my face. Amber's taken that very personally, got very offended, and flipped out. She says it here herself, right? But you were so rude to me, I flipped out. And Emily says, you were shining a bright light in my face. I mean, if somebody shined a bright light in my face, I might be a bit like, fucking hell, can you turn that bloody light off? And we...
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
That Amber is very sensitive. Her ego is sensitive. She's like a child. She's offended by things. She takes things very personally. And this is what triggered the fight. And Amber puts, it was the lowest light setting too. It's because we were in pitch black. It seemed brighter than it was. And that's true. If you're in a completely black room and your phone is on the lowest setting.
Okay, also the fact that Emily was just waking up. Emily was just waking up, okay? It still hurts my eyes to, open them and look at a screen, all right? Even if it's on the lowest setting. My God, if it's on the highest, it's like you're seeing God.
It can light up the whole room. So that's true. And Amber puts, I just wanted to fix it. I thought you had a nightmare, so I wanted to prove we weren't fighting, and I failed. Yet again, I always fail. Everything always ends up like this. And this is Amber.
Eye roll, and very quickly lost me again.
Trying to do victim mindset. She's realizing that her trying to tell Emily that what happened didn't happen is not going to fucking work. Emily's not going to be gaslit and admit that something didn't happen that did happen. So she twists it. She turns it on its head. She goes, oh man, this is not working. Okay, I know. I'll play the victim. Classic Amber. And here she is. I failed. Yet again, I always fail. Everything ends up like this. And again, this is a classic Amber line. Ended up like this. Something ended up happening. I mentioned this in a previous video.
Right, it negates her own part in it, how she played a role.
It's incredibly passive language. Everything just ends up happening to Amber. Nothing is her responsibility.
Right.
Nothing is her decision. Everything happens to her. She is a passive individual that stuff happens to, and that is her method.
Oh, I think we're going to get a thunderstorm, you guys. Gooby and I are back in Jersey, so yeah, it looks like we might, maybe.
Of
be nice.
wriggling out of things. Nothing is ever her fault. If she didn't do it, she didn't mean it. It just happened.
Right.
And Emily just goes, so you attack me mentally and physically? She's just...
I hate myself. No! Oh my god. Listen. I'm sure there's probably going to be a few comments like, Jordan, we want to hear you read it. I hear ya. I do. 70 some odd screenshots though, my voice would be shot. Alright? Especially having to do the freaking Tommy voice. Oh my god. I love Rachel's voice. I love her English accent. I was going to say British, but I just... At this point, I feel like that's ignorant to assume.
The point. Amber sent all these messages. It was the lowest light setting, all this stuff about all the random stuff. I thought you had a nightmare. I thought, I failed.
Whole bunch of excuses.
Me, And Emily just puts, so you attack me mentally and physically. And that's what matters. It's very clear, and you can tell from the way Emily's talking in all of these screenshots. She's not interested in the minutiae and the phone light and the note. She is interested in the fact that she's been physically harmed. And Amber puts, I hate myself. I hate myself. And then she goes, no. So no is obviously her response. Emily says, you did though. Amber puts, I'm explaining to you that I was trying to hold you and calm you down before you got in your truck and did something stupid.
Implying something like that is just absolutely ridiculous, dude. Absolutely ridiculous. Amber, do you think, now listen, argue all you want about if Emily's a good mom or whatnot, I really don't care. Well, no, I do care, about, being a good mom for your child, but I don't care on the conversation, really. However, Amber, do you really think that you would be enough to cause Emily to do something when she has a child? Huh? And Emily might not have full custody, fair, but she still is involved in the child's life.
Life insurance thing scares me. I don't want you to do anything bad. I didn't want you to hurt yourself. This video is long as fuck, and I know there are going to be bits and pieces and places in these scripts.
Yeah, I'm interested about the life insurance thing.
That's where I literally don't have time to cover every single thought that I have, and I'm relying on all the other reaction channels and everyone.
Well, listen, Emily's a mom. Of course she has life insurance. The fuck?
To pick up on all the, really clever, insightful stuff that I miss. But one thing that I am going to slide in here and say is I think Amber is a piece of shit for this section.
Ooh.
I didn't beep it properly when I was recording, but if you read what she's doing here, she has hurt Emily. She has dug her fingers into Emily's arm to try and stop her from exiting a room. She's blocked the doorway, and it's not the only doorway that she blocked this night, but she used her hands to cause Emily pain and harm to the point where there were marks left on Emily's arm, which we will also talk about in a second. And when she's being confronted about doing this by Emily, she turns it around on Emily and says, I was looking out for you. I was worried about your mental health. I was worried that you were going to go and hurt yourself. When you deep it, her doing this is so absolutely shocking. She's using Emily's own mental health struggles and concerns about her potentially hurting herself to deflect from the fact that Amber did in fact actually hurt her. And when you deep that, my God, it is scummy.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. Probably would have sworn a lot more.
And not thinking clearly. I don't think you understand how scared I was when you woke me up like that. Instant PTSD flight mode. Flight wasn't even an option. Now that whole thread is so interesting. So Emily actually seemed...
Yeah. This is... Okay. Okay. We're really flipping the script. Oh, it's so weird.
Have PTSD from what happened to her in a previous relationship. That's what I've gleaned from these messages. That's how it seems anyway. So here Amber is claiming that she has PTSD. Now it is Amberlynn Reid down to the ground to take somebody else's story and claim that it's her story.
Absolutely.
Even down to Casey's coming out story, other people's diagnoses once she met Alexis. Suddenly...
Now, mind you, do you guys remember recently in a Big Cherry Retro React? Maybe not, that's okay. Amber was talking about this thing that I believe she says at one point that it was her aunt that taught her it, and then at another point says it was her mom. I don't know. I don't know. But essentially what it is it's just a book where Amber has her people that are around her in her life answer a bunch of questions. And those questions range from very basic to, like, deep, dark secrets. How much do you want to bet Amber uses those to concoct her own stories?
He claimed to have BPD, and she knows that this response that Emily had when she woke up and thought they were in a fight was because of Emily having PTSD, and here is Amber claiming that she has PTSD as well. And also, very interestingly as well, you can see Amber say, I'm explaining to you that I was trying to hold you and trying to calm you down, and that's what she's talking about. So
Amber was triggered by the PTSD, allegedly, but at the same time trying to calm down and comfort Emily in her PTSD moment. That's confusing.
Said, you attacked me physically and mentally and physically, and Amber says, I was trying to hold you and calm you down. But that's not what it seems like was happening. So just remember that Amber has tried to give this narrative that this physical altercation occurred because she was trying to calm Emily down and hold her.
I tripped over her rug. I landed into her. She fell on the ground.
But that's not what she said in her live stream at all. She claims that she slipped and fell. She knocked into Emily, and then as Emily was falling, she grabbed her to try and stop her from falling. Mention here of a life insurance policy and a little nod towards Amber being afraid that Emily may have wanted to hurt herself. It sounds like Emily may have mentioned something about wanting to hurt herself. I don't know.
Also, sorry, but just throwing this out there. If Amber had landed on Emily just right, she could have killed her. She could have killed her. So, yeah. Oh, I just tripped and fell on you. No, that is a lot more, Amber, than just tripping. Haha, I knocked into you. My bad. No, you're an actual lethal threat.
And then here come Amber's excuses. I didn't want you to hurt yourself. I was half asleep and not thinking clearly. When she says there, I was half asleep and not thinking clearly, that sounds like an excuse. But why does she need to excuse anything? If she's done nothing wrong, then why does she need to say that she wasn't thinking clearly? And after all of those messages, all of that stuff, Emily just puts, how could you? And Amber is giving all of this fluff, all these responses.
Yep.
PTSD fight or flight mode. I was thinking about the life insurance. I was trying to make you feel better.
And the thing is, to someone as mentally unwell as Amber, someone standing their ground and being firm on their stance in an argument, as Emily is, just giving very short responses, will come off as crazy. Sane people, even you don't even have to be fully sane, but people that are at least connected or rooted in reality don't, aren't perceived as sane by those that are as mentally unwell as Amber is. We're the unwell ones.
There is no accountability. There's so many different storylines from Amber in this one message. And Emily's argument is very clear. It's very direct and straight. Emily says, "How could you?" And Amber says, "I asked you that same question in my head multiple times during your rages. You've hurt me so bad." So Emily is saying to Amber, "You physically harmed me. How could you?" And Amber, fucking classic Darvo,
flips it
around and goes, "I ask you that same question in my head during your rages. You've hurt me so bad."
But the thing is, we are not talking about that. So, while that might be something to bring up in a different conversation, that's not what this conversation is about right now. So, don't be trying to deflect, away from what the root of the issue is, which was Amber being inconsiderate of Emily. Again.
Emily is the one with the nail marks on her arm. Emily again?
Well, it started with being inconsiderate. It led to full outright abuse, as it does.
PTSD or not, you don't lay hands on anyone. That's absolutely true. No matter how much PTSD you have, it's not an excuse to hurt someone. Amber replies, "I always forgave you. The way you're saying you laid hands on me is scaring me. I didn't hit you. I didn't intentionally push you. I didn't intentionally scratch you. I never would. I scratched you on accident when we were literally just cuddling." That message there has perplexed me for a while. Amber says, "I scratch you on accident when we are literally just cuddling." And I wonder if...
Weird. How does that happen?
That's Amber saying that generally and throughout their relationship, she scratched Emily by accident when they're cuddling, or if that is Amber saying that night she was trying to cuddle Emily and that's when she scratched her by accident. If that's the case, it's another story. It's so confusing. Amber's story is just wishy-washy.
Emily, release all 8 months of the text messages. Oh, could you imagine? We'd be here for weeks.
And again, in this message, Amber claims that Emily rages at her and she's saying, "I always forgave you when you raged at me." But we know that Emily's not a rager. She's a runner, she leaves. And Amber even says in her...
Amber's perception of a rage is Emily not putting up with Amber's abuse and manipulation. Yeah.
Live stream.
And it's like, I'm the type of person, I want to, talk about it now. I am the type of person that if I'm in an argument with somebody, especially someone I'm in a relationship with.
And see, I wouldn't argue that this is necessarily a bad quality. I'm not saying that. But the way Amber goes about it is bad, okay? If you're that type of person that wants to talk about it in the moment, read the room or listen to the person when they say, "I don't want to talk about this right now. Give me time. You just give me some space. I need alone time." That's where it ends for most normal people, right? Right? Amber takes it to such a almost dangerous degree. It is dangerous. It is. I just said, if she had fallen on Emily just right, she would have fucking killed her. Yeah. Yeah. If Emily had picked her head up and Amber came down and landed on Emily's head, what do you think would have happened? If Emily was bent or twisted just right or on her side and Amber landed on her, what do you think would happen to Emily's back? Or if she landed on her stomach and Amber landed right on Emily's back, what do you think would happen? No human body is meant to withstand nearly 600 pounds toppling over on top of it. It doesn't matter if it's soft. That's just not how that works.
I'm like, I need to figure this out now, and then I start freaking out if they don't want to do it.
It's actually, not to like go way off on a side tangent, but when I did Taekwondo, they taught us how to fall and take down our opponent, but without putting ourselves in danger. And that always meant never landing with the opponent or whoever on top of you or at risk of falling on top of you, because that will hurt you so fucking bad. And that's not accounting for someone being nearly 600 pounds.
It's like abandonment issue. It got to the point where I started going into the other room just to sleep because she wouldn't stop arguing with me when I was trying to rest before a shift. That happened one time, and
that's one time too many. One time too many.
Everything hit the fan. And I followed you in there with my BPD meltdown, my tantrum. I did.
Not an excuse. It's just not. No adult would see that as a reasonable excuse for why you behaved that way.
And I'm able to admit that a few times.
That doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit, okay? You need to clock yourself. You're now 30, almost 35 years old, okay? You should be getting to the point where you can clock when you're starting to feel that way and removing yourself from the situation or whatever to stop that from happening. That's your responsibility, Amber. That's not your partner's.
Or during an argument, she would leave. That's just how she is. She would stonewall or she would leave. And I'm the opposite. I'm very like, let's attack this right now. And
Attack. I do think that's a very specific choice of words.
Get this argument done and over with so we can just love each other. I'm the opposite.
That doesn't sound like Emily's standing there raging at her. That sounds like Emily wants to get the fuck out. And even Amber says she booked it so fast she didn't close the door. So clearly Emily's not the kind of person who's screaming in Amber's face. And Emily says that here. She says, my rage is where I try to leave and you don't let me because I have PTSD. Okay, Amberlynn, whatever
That too. Emily was literally, I don't want to say held hostage, but like held, all right? Was not allowed to leave a very traumatic situation. So I'm sure whenever her brain gets that ting, 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 like alarm bell, something traumatic might about to happen, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out while you can. I understand that.
Feel better to justify your aggressive behaviour. This is so interesting. This is Emily saying, basically, what rages? What, you mean the rages where I try to leave? But Emily's saying here and making it very clear here, you know, she's not accepting Amber's gaslighting. Amber's trying to make it seem like what happened didn't happen. And Emily's saying, whatever makes you feel better to justify your aggressive behaviour. Amber says, you know I'd never hurt you, Emily. Okay, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry for what happened. I'll leave. So Emily has just made a very, very good point.
Also, this is not me justifying Amber in any way, okay? So please don't take it as that. But Amber, compared to her parents, has just about every single negative quality or negative trait that her parents had. Are we to believe that both of her parents being highly, highly abusive when they were at their worst in their addictions didn't transfer to Amber as well? Really? Really? Okay.
Which is that she doesn't rage, she tries to leave, she tries to run. And Amber, instead of responding to that very well-reasoned point and saying, no, you did rage at me, you raged at me at this time, or no, you rage all the time, what do you mean you don't rage?
Also, I would just like to bring up, not to start a conversation, but to remind everyone of the baby brother with the cord wrapped around his neck. I want to call into question the validity of that again. I will always stand on her neck about that. I don't believe her.
Example of you raging. None of that. And sometimes what Amber doesn't say is very telling, and we'll get to more of that in a minute. But Amber doesn't respond to this. She doesn't acknowledge Emily's what seems to be a fair point that she doesn't rage like Amber's claiming. And when there's nothing else she can say, she just goes, okay, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry for what happened. I'll leave. Emily writes, you fucking grabbed your arms and dug your nails into my arm, then body slammed me to the floor. And again, this is, what is this now, the 12th screenshot, and all Emily has done is said the whole way through the same thing. You physically harmed me. This is what you did. And Amber replies, what, in capital letters? Emily, that did not happen. I've never done that a day in my life. You are way fucking stronger than me, and you know that. I'm weak as fuck, and we always joke about that. Now all of a sudden I body slam people. Emily says, I was trying to get out of the room and you slammed me to the floor. Amber says, no, I did not, Emily. What the fuck? I'm leaving. It's fucking insane.
I will never forget this moment, ever, because I'm telling you, I called my mom hysterical.
So in just a
In the middle of the night? Yeah, I believe it.
you're going to hear Amber reply to a comment. Now, I went to the chat, and this is the comment that Amber's about to reply to. So this comment says, she was hiding from you in the bathroom, ? Now, listen to what Amber says in response to that.
She's telling me, yeah, Grace, because anytime that I would start crying, she would.
Now, mind you, remember again, back to the bathroom in the Florida apartment with Destiny. Was Destiny trying to hide and get away from Amber in one of her rages, and Amber tried busting down that bathroom door?
Room completely.
Now, if we compare what Amber's just admitted, which is that Emily was in fact trying to get away from her when this physical altercation happened, to what Emily says in this screenshot here, which is that she was trying to get out of the room when Amber body slammed her, it makes it seem very, very obvious that Amber's story, the one she admits to when she's on live stream, which is when she always gets caught out in her lies, that story aligns perfectly with what we can see in the conversation that happens between them. Emily was trying to get away from Amber when all of this happened. She was physically trying to move away from Amber. Amber claims that Emily would do this because she didn't care about Amber's feelings.
Which is crazy. That's just crazy. Oh my god. And the thing is, that's how Amber sees everything. She'll be spiraling the fuck out, and it's your responsibility to just yes man her, essentially.
That's what I had to deal with. Someone who did not care about my feelings at all.
Oh, that sounds so fucking terrible compared to what you put her through.
I think it's very interesting how Amber's story in her live stream corroborates clearly with what Emily and Amber have both said happened. And yet when Amber is texting Emily about this after the fact, she acts outraged and says, what, in capital letters, when she
Period.
It's herself in this live stream when she responds to this comment from Grace, that Emily absolutely was trying to get away from her and that she was not calming her down or soothing her.
So when I tripped over the.
This is so sinister, dude. It really is. It is so fucking sinister. Seeing how she will twist, lie, and manipulate a situation really calls into question anything and everything she has ever told us.
And then I landed into her, and she was falling. I went to grab her. It didn't work out very well. She still landed on the floor. And then she
I never thought this made sense.
Hysterically, how come you pushed me? I'm like, what is actually happening?
Emily puts, then how did I end up on the floor, Amberlynn? And Amber says, I just
God, dude, we're only on number 14. This is going to be such a long video.
I was trying to hold on to you. I tripped on the fucking blanket on the floor. I almost went down. That's how I hurt my ankle. I just explained to you I would never, ever, ever do that. When you were on the floor, I tried helping you up, but you wouldn't get up, so I started rubbing your back and telling you it would be okay. You told me not to touch you, so I stopped touching you. Now, we'll come to the end of that in a second, but notice here, Amber is saying a very clear explanation of how Emily ended up on the floor.
Rachel, tell me, be honest here, gal, how many days did it take you to sit down and formulate this entire video? I genuinely want to know, because holy shit. busting through this in one afternoon would be hell. Well, to be fair, that's what we're going to do. But, like, the way Rachel contextualizes everything is so brilliantly done that, like, that has to be so mentally tiring.
As it blow by blow. I was trying to hold on to you. I tripped the fucking blanket on the floor. Now, her saying she was trying to hold on to her is strange. Why?
My ADHD could never.
Trying to hold on to her.
Right.
You don't need to hold on to something unless it's trying to move away from you, I think, anyway. Maybe. So that makes it sound like Emily was trying to get out of the room and Amber was trying to hold her back and keep her back. Unless it's Amber.
And then maybe like a jerk or pull from Emily is what brought Amber down. Maybe. Or Amber used her full weight to stop Emily from being able to move. Seems like she was trying to paralyze the girl.
I was trying to hold you, nicely, like, oh, you're sad and I'm trying to hold you. But that storyline makes absolutely no sense.
To be honest, though, like, how psychotic would it be to have someone who's so aggressively coming forward towards you also trying to comfort you? It would be so, like, ugh, like, just get away from me.
Why would there be any force? Nobody falls over randomly from just having a little cuddle. It's clear that somebody, Amber, was moving at some velocity in order to trip. Also here it's very, very interesting. Amber does a blow-by-blow of...
Also, we know Amber not to be swift on her feet. You expect me to believe that Emily just randomly fell?
Happened and how Emily ended up on the floor. Emily literally says, how did I end up on the floor? And Amber gives her an explanation of how she ended up on the floor. But if we scroll back to black screenshot number 3, at the bottom there, you see Amber say, I wondered how you ended up on the floor in the first place. But explains it. My fat fucking bullshit of a body knocked you over. So there...
She already knows. She knows.
There, we have Amber say, in this exact conversation, my fat fucking bullshit of a body knocked you over, and that she was wondering how Emily ended up on the floor. But if you go back to black script...
Now, you can't tell me that Amber doesn't mean to do all this. That, oh, woe is me. She's just at the mercy of her mental disorders. She doesn't mean to be like this. You can't tell me that. This is so highly manipulative, and... even though she doesn't say it, she doesn't have to. It's obvious that Amber knows what the reality of the situation is. This is an active effort. She is putting an active, real effort into, like, diverging and making Emily truly question her own sanity. That's evil. That's evil.
Number 14, you see Emily say, how did I end up on the floor? And all of a sudden, Amber knows. She goes, I just told you, I was trying to hold on to you, but I tripped on the blanket. This is very interesting, and somebody's story here is changing and flipping and flopping back and forth, and it's not Emily's story also.
Right. And, like, I don't think Emily has a ton of credibility within the community. I don't. I still find it a little suspicious. Like, why all this now? But, yeah. In the heat of the moment, in a private conversation that I'm sure never was expected to be seen by anyone, she's holding her ground. But it seems like almost Amber is doing it for an audience.
Amber's shown absolutely no receipts, and these receipts came from Emily. So you do the math on that one, I guess. So Amber says, so I stopped touching you, and Emily puts, because you know you fucked up big time. And Amber puts, and again, so interesting, my goal was to hold you and calm you down. It scares me that you think I'd actually do that. And Emily puts, because you did do that, Amberlynn. Again, Emily's story, it stayed the same the whole time. Amber says, my goal was to hold you and calm you down. But I thought she fell. So she says in her live stream, she fell, and in order to not fall down, she grabbed Emily to keep herself up. But here she's saying that her goal was to hold Emily and calm her down.
Oh. Okay, I think I missed that when I originally watched this. Okay. Ooh. Good catch.
So which was it? These things don't align.
This is what I say when I say Rachel does such an incredible job.
Makes sense. This is pretty damning, isn't it? Very curious what everyone's going to make of this. Amber says, with everything you've been through with Megan, I can understand why. No, I didn't, Emily. I'm literally telling you that's not what happened. I'm telling you what happened, and you won't listen to me. I even said, fuck my ankle. Emily was there. She knows what happened. She doesn't need you to tell her what happened. And
to be fair, Amber could have been the aggressive abuser in this and also said, fuck my ankle. I mean, she fell. Yeah, something's gonna end up being hurt.
Interesting that after a physical altercation, the two people involved are arguing about what happened, and one of them saying that's not what happened, and the other one is saying yes, it is what happened.
Right? Interesting. Usually in an argument, I feel, maybe, it's more of a argument about intention. You question the intention of why someone did something. This isn't necessarily that. It's full on questioning the reality of the situation. And that's an entirely different level of like psychotic to deal with. That it's yikes.
One of you is definitely trying to gaslight the other one, and the only person who's brought any kind of proof, whose story has remained consistent throughout the screenshots, who has physical evidence of marks on their arm, which the other person has been caught in 4K lying about. More on that in a little while. It's very evident to everybody watching which person is lying, I think, and it's clear to me that it's Amber. Emily says, but I deserve...
It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. Oh my god. And listen, as of me filming this, she still has not posted anything. So, I don't know. Something tells me she's probably going to be gone for a little bit again.
Right? Megan trying to kill me. I deserve that.
Oh, guys, I was just working on Vlogmas.
Amber says, no, you didn't. My God, Emily. Emily goes, you literally fucking said that.
Wait, hold on. I just randomly opened YouTube. I was going to check Amber's page. And it's a video from Karina. Amberlynn Reed new Snapchat rant. Amber went to hospital. I didn't even remember that she was fucking on Snapchat. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry.
Amber said, no, I didn't. I said, you pushed Megan, didn't you? I should never have said that. In my brain, I remembered what you said about Jade. Since I was angry, I wanted to say it back to you, and I shouldn't have. I regret it. I take full accountability. Do you want me to call my mum?
Although, hold on. I do find it very interesting. She goes and has a hospital scare after all this, but she doesn't post that to YouTube? Okay. Yeah, because she knows what she's pulling.
Call her right now. We'll come to the mum stuff in just a second, but again, another mention of Amber claiming she was physically harmed by Jade. So 4:26 a.m. Is the timestamp on this one, black number 17, and Amber says, do you want me to call my mum? Because I'll call her right now. She said she's awake, unless you want to talk about this in person calmly. So Amber's saying here, this is the first mention.
Oh, she's fully doing Snapchat Q&As now. Oh, all filtered up looking big as fuck. Sorry.
Her mum, and she's saying that her mum says she's awake. So it's 4:26 a.m. on November 17th, 2024.
And of course she's active, of course.
And I am going to flick back and tell you what day of the week that was. It was a Sunday. Amber's mum probably had work the next morning. I don't imagine she would have appreciated messages and calls from Amber at 4:26 in the...
Period. Like, God, dude, Amber is so freaking inconsiderate of anyone except herself.
So that's pretty crazy. Also, speaking of that, I suppose now is as good a time as any to show you the call logs. So just as a quick aside
this is
here...
crazy. This is so insane. I literally gasped when I first saw this, you guys.
Of what Amber does when she's trying to get hold of somebody and they won't fucking answer the phone. Here are two call logs. These are, from my memory, one of them is from the day that Emily dropped Amber off and went back home. This is the way that Amber calls people over
This is ridiculous, dude.
and over again, demanding to be answered, demanding to have her call answered. It's pretty fucking crazy. Those call logs are mental. But the point is, if she calls Emily like that, she likely calls her mum like that. So she says here, 4:20.
No wonder Mama Lynn looks like she's being ran through the fucking dirt, dude. She is.
Her mum has said that she's awake. So her mum's awake, okay?
And we know now what Amber's willing to do to twist someone to do what she wants. You know damn well what she throws in her mother's face. Oh, you know.
We'll talk to her, apparently. And Emily says, yup, you can tell her I'm kicking you out because you took a chunk of skin out of my arm. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So there it is again, right? Emily's story. It's clear. I'm kicking you out because you took a chunk of skin out of my arm. And Amber puts, I don't want you to yell at me, and vice versa. Oh my God, Emily, what the fuck? Emily says, exactly, what the actual fuck? Amber says, I'm calling her now, no answer. Having just said that she was awake, but now her mum's not answering. Weird. The tone seems to shift, in my opinion, a little bit. Amber says, I personally don't want to leave. So a couple of messages earlier, she says, oh my God, Emily, what the fuck? When Emily accuses her of taking a chunk of skin out of her arm. 2 seconds later, suddenly, Amber doesn't want to leave. That is a very, very strange thing to say. This reads to me as Emily is telling the truth, and Amber is the one who knows she's in the wrong, and she, once again, just like she dug her fingers into Emily to try and keep her in that room, she's doing it right here. She's digging her metaphorical fingers into Emily and saying, I don't want to leave. And she even goes on to say, I know you said you get scared of losing me because I help you and you love me. And Emily goes, yeah, I do.
Honestly, dude, I think it was just all sorry. It's all really just, I mean, a means of manipulation on Amber's end, but I think, once again, going back to the theory that, like, Emily was grieving, and I think going to someone like Amber probably was more of a trauma response than anything of actual emotional desire. You know what I mean? Maybe in the beginning, was open to it, but
you, but I also don't deserve what just happened. And Amber goes, you don't. So that's an admission that whatever just happened, Emily didn't deserve it. So Amber is not only admitting Emily didn't deserve it, but by saying you don't, she's actually kind of admitting that it did happen. Because if somebody says, well, I don't deserve what just happened, you would say, what you just said happened didn't fucking happen. Amber's just spent all these previous messages trying to convince Emily that it didn't happen. But here, when Emily says, I don't deserve what just happened, Amber goes, you know, you're right, you don't. So by saying...
Right, admitting that, yeah, you didn't deserve exactly what happened, but I'm saying that didn't happen, but you didn't deserve for that to happen to you. But okay.
She's almost giving an admission that it did happen. And then I was scared.
Amber always tells on herself. Always.
Horrified. I'm really sorry. What are you sorry for, Amber? If you did nothing wrong, what were you sorry for? Why are you scared? Why are you giving the excuse of being scared? That's not relevant. Scared of what? Why does it matter if you were scared? It's so obvious to me that Amber is trying or was trying to gaslight the shit out of Emily. Now she's realised the possibility of her leaving is suddenly becoming real, and she's freaking out, and she's trying to do a 180, and all of...
This is so crazy. And compare this with how Amber tried to spin it that she was so miserable there, she just couldn't wait to get the hell out. Huh? You stayed for months, dude.
She's admitting a little bit. She's giving a bit more ground. No, you're right. You didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. Well, what are you sorry for? If you've done
right
wrong and your girlfriend is making up lies about you and accusing you of digging your nails into her arm when you didn't, then what are you sorry about? Far more likely that she knows she's lying the whole time, which is why she says sorry here. Suddenly, losing Emily is becoming real. It's becoming a real possibility, and she's trying to flip it back and trying to re-grab control of the situation.
The crazy thing is, if Amber was just able to be an adult emotionally and, well, physically it seems, emotionally and have a mature conversation, it wouldn't have led to this. It just wouldn't have. Amber literally makes her own life 1,000 times harder, and in return, everyone fucking else is around her. None of this is necessary.
And apologize and say sorry and try and keep Emily. This is
It just causes so much unnecessary drama too.
Emily says, that's something you have to figure out. You're on your own. Amber puts, okay. Emily puts, you fucked up. Amber puts, okay. Emily says, I wish you loved me like you said you did. I'm really disappointed. This is why I don't trust people. Amber puts, I do. I truly, truly do. More than you'll ever know. She's waxing lyrical here about how much she does love Emily. All of a sudden, it just doesn't make any sense. And then she says, and that's why I'm going to leave. My mum isn't answering because I wished you loved me like you said you did. But
her mom answered, I thought.
Disappointed too. Amber says, don't even fucking say that bullshit, Amberlynn. You can't hurt people. Again, the same thing, the same thread Emily has kept the entire time. Physical harm. You hurt me. You can't physically hurt people. And Amber, instead,
holy fuck,
responding and going, you're right, I shouldn't have hurt you, I'm sorry, taking accountability for what she did and trying to rebuild and apologize.
But I thought that wasn't what happened.
Tries to twist it back on Emily again. The way you've treated me and the awful things you've said to me has literally made me feel worthless. But you told me you'd change and work on it. But immediately, the day after, we had the...
You know what, though? It isn't on someone else, especially, I'm going to say, maybe go out on a limb here, it's especially not your partner's responsibility to bring worth to you. It's just not. Sorry. If you're firm in knowing your worth, then the weak, shallow insults of a fucking narcissist isn't going to shake that.
You wake up out of your sleep and start yelling at me because you think...
I'm not saying that people that do get shaken up, because like it's a very triggering thing. I'm not saying that if you do get shaken up and dragged into the mud that like you're not that. But a clear, level-headed person going up against a narcissist, oh, that's their worst fucking enemy.
That's scary to me, and you wouldn't listen to a thing I said when I was trying to explain to you that I've been sleeping. It's not... That makes no sense. I've been sleeping. She claimed that she wasn't sleeping. She claimed she was awake and writing a note in her phone.
Right?
That's weird. Don't know. It's not fair to me. How I reacted sucked. I shouldn't have reacted with yelling. I shouldn't have said the thing about Megan. I'm fully aware. I suck during times when I'm scared and I have PTSD moments or BPD shit.
But imagine using that as an excuse for just being told, can you turn off the light? That's not... No.
I hate myself. Trust me, I wish I was better for you, so then maybe you wouldn't have moments where you lash out at me. Maybe this is all my fault. Maybe I deserve this pain. Now...
Oh, eye roll. My God, dude. It's... Emily. Why even respond to this? It's crazy.
Any of you who know anything about Amberlynn will read that message and be like, oh my fucking God. So the previous message is Emily making a very fair, rational point. Don't even fucking say that bullshit, Amberlynn. You can't hurt people. And Amber immediately twists it back on Emily. Look what you did. You scared me. You shouted at me. You woke up and thought we were in an argument and shouted at me. And Amber says, it's not fair to me. How I reacted sucked. I shouldn't have reacted like that. But I suck during times when I'm scared. Trust me. And then again, woe is me. Victim mindset. I hate myself. I wish I was better for you. Maybe then you wouldn't have moments where you lash out at me. Crazy. So Emily's saying, you physically hurt me, Amber. And Amber says, oh, I'm sorry, I wish I was better. So maybe then you wouldn't have moments where you lash out at me. She is desperate to be the victim. Desperate to be the victim. All she wants is to just lie back and say, I'm the victim. You did this to me. It's not me.
1,000%. It takes all responsibility off from her.
I wish I was better. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something to make you not do this to me. Absolute victim mindset. And then again, Emily, you didn't just lash out. You told me you agreed with the fucking haters that I caused what Megan did to me, when you literally told me the opposite hours earlier. So
Ooh.
I tried to leave. You physically put your hands on me. So that's Emily's very clear explanation of what happened. Amber, this is what happened. You did this. Emily's same point, her one argument, the whole way through, you put your hands on me, you physically hurt me, I tried to leave, I was trying to get out the way, you physically put your hands on me. And Amber doesn't give any response to that, just goes, I finally find someone I love fully and wholeheartedly.
Crazy. Sorry to cut it off like right in the middle there. To just completely negate that and keep going on with your script. Honestly, it's a script, it feels like. Psychotic behavior.
And this happens. And oh my God, just looking at that, like that message alone, woe is me, victim, nothing is my responsibility, nothing is my fault, everything happens to me.
That would have made me turn the phone off.
It's been so hard and difficult. I finally found someone I love, and this is what happens. Emily's saying, you put your hands on me. You tried to physically hurt me. And Amber doesn't refute that. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? I didn't put my hands on you. She goes, victim, victim, victim. I finally find someone I love, and this happens. Mental. When you read this through, like, my God, I mean, I've read it multiple times, but now I'm actually like analyzing it.
It's borderline scary.
See, Emily says, after everything you already know about my PTSD and how it still affects me to this day, you use it against me. And Amber, instead of giving a reasoned response or listening to what her partner is saying, maybe I'm meant to be alone forever. And then, classic, we've both done some shitty shit. Imagine you receive multiple messages from your partner saying, you physically harmed me, you did this, and you just say, well, we've both done some shitty shit.
That's classic Amber, though. That's classic Amber.
Oh, that's crazy. That's just accountability avoidance 101, like class 1. Welcome. Please take a seat. Roll call. And then, well, we've both done stuff, Crazy. Emily said.
Isn't that the argument she uses in every relationship, though? Or every breakup, really? I mean, it truly is.
You don't love me, you love yourself. Amber says, like the low blows you've said to me, no, I love you, I hate myself. Now, the message where Amber said we've both done some shitty shit, Emily grabs that message and replies to it. See, this is what hurts worse than you saying the shit initially. You just can't admit you fucked up. You have to say, I've said hurtful things to you. When you come at me like you do, how do you expect me not to react? And that's interesting. That sounds like Emily admits there that she does react. And I think, of course, she does. Nobody stands there like a saint while they're being shouted at. And one of the criticisms Emily has faced is that she doesn't appear anyway, so far from what's public, to admit any wrongdoing on her side. In her messages with Snowflake, she never says, this is what I did, this was my fault in the situation. She
True.
really done that. This is the first time we've really seen her kind of admit, like, how do you expect me not to react? Of course she's going to react. But I wonder what that means. What did Emily's reaction look like? At least part of what she said there is very true. Amber never seems to admit she's fucked up. Now here, Amber says, I am admitting I fucked up. Or Emily goes, take some accountability. Amber says, I am admitting I fucked up. Go back and read everything I said. I even said I take accountability. I apologize multiple times.
Saying I take accountability. No. Cue Hecticana. I declare accountability.
I said I was shitty. I shouldn't have done that, etc., etc. I'm fully aware. Now, this is super interesting. So Amber is saying here, go back and read everything I've said. Lucky for us, we've already been back. We've just been over it. We've read everything that Amber has said. She did not take accountability. Throughout the conversation, she gaslit Emily and tried to tell her that what happened isn't what happened. Then she realised, fuck, maybe I am actually going to have to go home here. Maybe Emily actually is kicking me out. And then all of a sudden, she goes, I'm sorry. She finally suddenly, she flicks a switch and goes, oh, I'm sorry, I take full accountability. She puts that line in, which technically she did say, but she didn't actually take accountability.
Right, it's always shifting the conversation. Like, she said that in order to shift it in a different narrative.
Multiple minutes denying everything that happened. Then when she finally realized she wasn't going to get what she wanted, Emily wasn't going to relent, she wasn't going to be gaslit, she suddenly switched the narrative and said the words, I'm sorry, I take full accountability. But she hasn't actually taken full accountability. She hasn't actually gone, fair enough, Emily, everything you just said did happen. I did grab you. I did dig my nails into you. Now, this is classic narcissist tactics. They'll say, I've apologized to you over and over again. I've said sorry. Accept my apology. I've said sorry. You wanted accountability. I take accountability. But they haven't actually taken accountability. And that's what I think is happening here. I apologized multiple times. You know what? Let's be petty. Did she apologize multiple times? Let's scroll back. Looking through these. Has she said sorry? No. Yeah. No. Oh, there we go. So on...
I think it accidentally slipped out here or there.
18, Emily says, I love you, but I don't deserve what just happened. And Amber goes, you don't. I was scared. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Does she think that that's her taking accountability? Maybe. But that only happened immediately.
No, because she's apologizing for, quote unquote, being scared. That's going into a victim kind of, I don't know, like, she's almost kind of mimicking that, like, over excessive apologizing for things that don't really need an apology. I kind of do that every now and then. But, like, that, it seems like she's more so using that as a manipulation tactic. It's not a true I'm sorry.
After, Emily says in Black 17, you can tell her I'm kicking you out because you took a chunk of skin out of my arm. And then 2 seconds later, Amber goes, I don't want to leave. I'm sorry. I take accountability.
Oh, so now all of a sudden, no, she doesn't want to leave. She wants to stay. Wisconsin's so lovely. It is. It's a great state. But it's not what Amber said.
And then she goes, I shouldn't have said that, I shouldn't have done that, etc., etc. I'm fully aware. Now, we've seen Amber do that before. She has this line. She goes, I'm fully aware.
Why do you not think you're the problem in every failed relationship you've had? I'm fully aware that I am the problem in some. I'm not the problem at all. Like, I'm being accountable. Like, the shit that I did in my 20s and teenager, like, it's bullshit. Like, I am fully aware of that. But there needs to be some nuance, and I had undiagnosed borderline personality disorder due to all the trauma of my childhood. I need
not an excuse.
help. I'm fully aware that I need help. I know my wrongdoings, I know my this and that, and it's just like she just acted like.
The thing is, I do believe her when she says that. She's fully aware of her wrongdoings. She knows what she does is bad. She does it anyway.
Holier than thou, and it was just like hard.
It's a defensive tactic. It's not taking accountability. It's not admitting anything. We've seen her say it many times. She goes, I'm fully aware. It's a
Plus, someone can say I'm sorry all they want, but if there is no change in the behavior, then that apology is void.
It's, listen, I've got it, I've heard you, I'm fully aware, you don't need to tell me again, you don't need to try and get me to take accountability, I know, I'm fully aware. And Amber says, so I do it and it's still not good enough? You just asked for it, and I told you I've done it already, without you having to ask.
Psycho.
Now, that's not what happened. Now, this gaslighting is absolutely crazy. Amber is saying, I've already said sorry without you even having to ask. I'm so nice. I've already apologized. But if you look at the conversation, which we've just done, she hasn't apologized. She said the word sorry, but she spent the entire conversation claiming that she didn't do the thing, which she is now claiming that she took accountability for, when in fact, no, she spent the whole conversation saying that it didn't happen. And then Emily puts, I would never physically hurt anyone, no matter what the situation. And Amber, and this is really nail in coffin, I didn't mean to physically hurt you. I would never do that to you. So that suggests that there was some physical harm. So now Amber seems moved. It's not that she didn't hurt Emily, it's that she did
The goalpost, always moving.
mean to hurt Emily. Hi, editing Rachel here again. I missed something about this screenshot when I was filming. If you
I
look
love that it's the video that's in the intro.
at this screenshot, you can see
Or no, it's not. I think she's dancing, maybe.
it says,
Nope.
I would
Yeah,
never
there we
physically
go.
hurt anyone, which I thought was really interesting because there's a very good chance I would have thought that Amber would respond to that with, well, you did
I'm so sorry. I got distracted by her fucking dancing. Jesus Christ.
hurt me, because Amber goes on to accuse Emily of kicking her on this night. But as ever, what Amber doesn't say is just as important as what she does say, because if you look at the messages and look at what Amber replies, she doesn't say, Emily, you kicked
Period. Yes, that. But also, there's that fucking giant ass cat bowl that she bought.
She doesn't mention any physical abuse from Emily.
When I went to go walk into the bathroom, she kicked me. She kicked me really hard in my stomach. Really hard.
I see. I don't believe it now. I could have maybe believed in a self-defense way before, but there's no mention of it. Wouldn't that be brought up? You know, Amber, she would use that.
And it was like right in my hernia, so that like really scared me, I will say that.
If you had a physical altercation with an ex
Pop it.
who kicked you in your hernia to the point where you were scared about it, and that person then texted you later that day and said, I would never physically harm anyone, but you know that's not true because they kicked you that night, you would say, you kicked me tonight. But
Right.
notice that that is conspicuously missing from these messages. Amber doesn't say this to Emily, which I think is very telling, and it's just another example of why I do not believe that Emily kicked Amber on this night. So suddenly she's saying, well, it did happen, but I didn't mean for it to happen. Emily puts, you did. Amber says, you know that deep down. And I'm sorry that's how everything happened, but I didn't do those things on purpose. I wouldn't. So she did do them then. Absolutely crazy. So she accidentally dug her nails in Emily?
Right. So now it's before it was I didn't do that. And now it's I did do that, but I didn't mean to do that. Huh?
But she spent the whole time saying that she didn't do it. She accidentally landed on Emily, and then she says, I wish it were me that fell to the floor. She'll admit,
Well, yeah. How did Emily wind up on the floor for Amber to fall on her in the first place?
Emily did fall to the floor, but she will not allow that piece to be played.
Do you think Amber rushed Emily, body slammed her like with the giant tum-tum, and then as Emily's on the floor groveling, she just like throws her arms and legs out and belly flops on top of her? Do you think that's what happened?
The one that means that she's the reason Emily fell to the floor. So Emily says, you had to stop yourself when you picked up that water bottle to throw at me too. Amber goes, what the fuck? I squeezed the water bottle. Then you were like, are you planning on throwing that at me? And I immediately sat it down because I didn't want you to think that. It was like a stress ball texture.
She's so fucking full of shit.
You can imagine the situation. Amber standing there. They've had this altercation.
Even that, Amber, you're picking something up, a unconventional object for stress relief, let's say that, and you're just angrily squeezing it, furiously looking at her. Like, yeah, I would think, what the fuck is she gonna do?
Grabs the water bottle. Emily thinks that Amber's going to throw the water bottle at her, so she says, are you going to throw that at me? And Amber sets it down because she doesn't want
Also, I don't think Rachel uses it as an example in here, but mind you, in that live stream when Amber was accused of being abusive And she said, how the fuck could I be abusive? I can hardly even get up. I could throw this. I could throw this. Her first instinct was to look around her to what can I throw?
To think that, well, why pick it up? And she claims here that it was like a stress ball texture. So she grabbed the water ball as a stress ball. I don't believe it. And part of the reason I don't believe it is because there's proof, or at least there's no proof actually, but there's clay.
And sorry, Rachel, to cut you off. I might be jumping the gun here a bit. But this right here, it happened after the digging of the nails and the falling on top of her. Amber, what? You're still arguing after all that? And you're the one that needs a stress ball texture.
In the past, that Amber's thrown things at other people.
I can throw this at someone's head.
Oh, okay, she did. All right.
Like, the fuck? I could take this and throw it?
And also, notice, mention first thing, her first instinct. I could throw this flower pot at someone's head. That's, like, I don't know if it could be categorized as that, but that's abuse with a deadly weapon. That could kill someone, all right? I saw it in the Britney Spears music video once. Stop. I shouldn't make a joke in that moment, but...
Not a physically abusive person.
She threw a glass cup at my mom. It shattered on the wall. There was still a hole mark when they moved out because of that.
And I closed the door real quick and I locked the door, and she's like telling me to get out, all this stuff, and she ends up throwing the can at my car. Made me mad.
So this will be now the third person who's alluded to the idea that Amber may throw something at them. Very interesting. Emily says, you literally just got done digging your nails into my arm and pushing me to the floor. Why wouldn't I think that? And Amber, instead of responding rationally, Amber puts, this conversation is going nowhere. I've explained myself multiple times. I've apologized like I always do, which...
The thing is, the conversation is going nowhere because of Amber. Because of Amber.
Deserved, but that's just crazy.
They're going in circles because of her.
So as soon as Emily pushes back and tries to really pin Amber and put her feet to the fire and say, no, why would you do this to me? Amber deflects, as always. And my mum won't answer. I'm lost, I'm broken and hurt and confused and remorseful and scared and alone. I mean, this double texting, this multiple texting of all...
A very short text, too. It's like a movie. It's like she's living in a movie. That's the only way I could think of describing it, really. Also, I thought her mom was up, but now she's not.
These adjectives, it comes across to me as manipulative.
Very.
And it's really trying to force a narrative. I'm the victim. This is how I feel. Lost, broken, hurt, confused, remorseful. Interesting. Scared, alone. She hides remorseful in this list of things. And she loves a list. She absolutely loves a list. And Emily replies, you did it to yourself.
Damn.
Very interesting. I'm going to pause here now and show you something else. So the other conversation that I've got. So this conversation here, I don't have it on my... I've got it on my phone, so I'll chuck it here for you. It's from February 11th, 2025, so that's around the time that they had broken up. Amber was back at home. The two of them are arguing again, and there's the first one here. They're talking about arguing about paying for things, and Emily says, one time you paid, and then I ended up paying for everything. Amber says, you're an idiot. Just for the casino, I paid $1,000. Emily says, you never paid me back after the shit you promised you would. Amber says, fuck off, leave me alone. I want nothing to do with you. I don't care about anything you have to say. I've never been more done in my life. Emily says, have to spend shit at the casino. I'm getting somewhere, by the way. Emily says, you didn't have to spend shit at the casino. That was your choice. Amber says, go find another Colleen. Emily says, I never will.
Amber saying that tells me that Amber saw herself as a replacement for Colleen.
Colleen in this conversation?
And then you notice how Emily affirms, I will never find another person like Colleen. That ticked Amber the fuck off.
This is relating to where we're at, by the way, so just give me a second. So Amber says, what the fuck? Leave me alone. I hate you. You broke me. All I was trying to do was love you. You fucking destroyed me, all because I wanted to call you. All because I wanted to call you. So again, very interesting, all these, Amber calls and calls and calls, as you've seen from the call logs that I've already showed. I don't have a huge amount of context for this conversation, but the interesting part is coming up. Emily writes, I didn't do shit to you, okay? This is many months after the fact. So this all happened in November. These screenshots are from 3 months later, February 11th. Emily says, I didn't do shit to you. Amber writes, you're the one who needs help. You belittle me. You cuss at me.
Now, sorry to cut you off again, Rachel. I just want to throw this out. All these things seem like terrible traits in a partner until you realize it ain't this serious. I guarantee you, it's not this serious. You belittle me, probably said one slight little comment. You cuss at me, okay, maybe. Oh, whoop-de-doo. You say awful things to me, the word no.
Awful things to me. You hang up on me. You
probably because you're abusing her, being terrible. You block me because you're probably overstepping boundaries and calling like 100 times in half an hour.
Me, you treat me like garbage, you're never there for me, you do nothing for me, you never show me you care about me, you only say bad things about me. Emily writes, you're fucking delusional. Amber says, name shit that shows you care about me. And then that's the end of that bit of conversation. I only have a short bit of that. Interesting of all that she claims that Emily never did anything.
Yeah, I want to know what the rest of that conversation is. Emily, just release it all.
When Emily literally bought her expensive Billie Eilish tickets and took her to see Billie Eilish, she drove her across the country to get her back home when her mum couldn't come and get her because it was a weekday. But the point I'm trying to get at here is
that's how fast Emily needed to get her ass out.
Compare this screenshot, which is green 3, and you compare it to...
Could you imagine being trapped in a car, though, with Amber? Did you make her sit in the back seat, Emily? Because honestly, I would. I'd be like, I don't feel safe with you up in the front. You gotta be in the back.
Screenshot, which is black 26. Amber does...
Because Amber 1,000% gives the energy of someone that would grab the steering wheel. 1,000%. She is a danger.
She makes these lists. She texts over and over and over and over and over, and she makes these long lists of things. And I think that is somebody who is really trying to create a narrative. They're really trying to convince...
It solidifies it as its own thing. It's its own statement. It being sent as, a separate text all in its own. It's its own separate statement. So it won't get washed away in like a long, big paragraph. Even though you kind of glance over all that because it's fucking crazy. It puts a period, kind of, even though Amber isn't, on each statement that she makes and makes them all as equivalently terrible as the other.
The person, what they're saying is true. They add...
Equivalently? That's a word, yeah?
Add and add and add and add. It's very Anne Boleyn coded. But I will say, and this is why the green conversation is so interesting from the February, when Emily says, I didn't do shit to you, Amber... okay, who claims later in her live stream that Emily kicked her, she doesn't mention anything about any physical abuse. So she's been asked by Emily, or Emily says to her, I didn't do shit to you. And when she lists off everything that Emily allegedly did to her, she does not once mention any
physical abuse.
But later, when she goes on to attack Emily in her live stream, she accuses Emily of kicking her twice. So...
listen here, Amber, okay? We've seen plenty of examples now that Emily will threaten, at least, lawsuits like fucking crazy. So, you better be careful. The slander
is very, very interesting to me. At the time, before it's public... she has this list of stuff. You cuss me, you belittle me, you say awful things, da-da-da-da-da. Never once does she say you kicked me in my hernia. Never once does she say you kicked me in the bathroom. No mention of being kicked. Also...
so that tells me didn't happen.
these conversations when Emily is making her accusations of physical abuse against Amber, saying you put your hands on me, you dug your nails into me, Amber doesn't once mention being kicked by Emily. Now that's what Amber does. If she has it, she uses it, and you've seen her do it. Emily says that Amber's raging at her, and Amber replies, you rage at me. So when Emily says you were
Right. Amber would use specifics. She would use specifics if it was truly that terrible. And we haven't gotten many specifics from Amber. Some, but not many.
with me, Amber doesn't say anything about Emily being physical with her, and I think it's because the kicking was a fucking lie. And we all know it was a lie anyway, but I don't like to go based off what I think. It's really good.
That's very commendable. I'm not that way. I follow my gut.
Some kind of proof, and this is what I mean when I say that what Amber doesn't say is very, very interesting and very important as well. I'm aware I've been filming now for an hour and 32 minutes, so I am going to try and push through, but this video is going to be long. There's a lot to say. So there it is, the huge long list of Amber. I'm the victim, I'm the victim, I'm the victim. Emily, you did it to yourself. Amber says, you said you can't survive without me. You said you need me. You said you don't want me to leave and break your heart. You said you want to die. What am I supposed to do? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Promise me you won't hurt yourself. Now that is a very weird thing to respond when Emily's point the whole way through is, Amber, you were physical with me. And never does Amber respond to that properly. She denies that it ever happened. Then she starts apologizing and playing the victim, but she never actually admits what happened in the physical altercation. This comment here.
Wait, hold on. So it goes from that, and then there's a jump, and for the record, and then such another huge jump. That's so weird. What?
Do you want to die? What am I supposed to do? Interesting. This is Amber's second mention of Emily potentially harming herself. And I know that sometimes some people will use threats of violence against themselves as a way to control or manipulate their partner. I'm not saying I think that that's what Emily did at all.
We're not shown enough of the full image on that to, make up that assumption. We do know, however, Amber has used that in the past.
Would be completely remiss if I didn't give commentary for both sides. So it could be that that's something Emily did. Emily may have said, this is so bad, I'm going to harm myself. That's not a great thing to say. And it could be manipulation. But if it's true...
I mean, shit. I'd probably be fucking saying that if Amber was in my place refusing to leave. It ain't right, but neither is staying where you're not welcome.
It's true. So, dunno. I thought I'd put that in there. Then we've got this. Now, this is very interesting, and I asked Emily about this. This is one of these screenshots where if somebody runs with it and doesn't watch the video, they won't know this. So if you see anybody asking this, you can tell them. So you see, promise me you won't hurt yourself. No reply from Emily. And then a few minutes later, long enough that the screenshots got a new timestamp, Amber puts, and for the record, ... Now, I asked Emily, and Emily says, as far as she remembers, no messages were deleted here, because when you delete a message on Facebook Messenger, which is the platform that this occurred on,
it will leave a little thing that says you unsent a message.
Can see a message was deleted. It says you deleted a message. So it could be that Amber has gone in and deleted messages here, but Emily is not the person who deleted them, because you would be able to see, and I'll show you in a second.
Interesting. Okay. I'm pretty sure it would still show for the other individual.
That is the case later. So Emily didn't delete anything. For some reason, Amber's come in and said, and for the record, and she's either deleted a bunch of stuff or sent Emily something on another platform. So that was 4:51 a.m. Many hours later...
okay. I bet you probably did transfer to another platform. We know that to be very Amber. If a conversation kind of is hitting a stalemate, she'll just switch to a different platform.
11:18, Emily messages her and says, I'm really hurt by what you said and did. Possible they had a phone call in there, maybe? I don't know. No reply from Amber, which is strange. So maybe Amber was asleep? We know she sleeps at random times. Could be she was asleep there. Then later, 2 hours later, 1 p.m., are you okay? Many hours after, an hour and 30-ish minutes later, I'm sorry, and no, I'm not. Was she asleep? I think if Amber was awake, she would have been texting. Emily gives it a while.
I do find it interesting Emily said, "Are you okay?" I don't know. I'm not thinking of it necessarily critically. I just find it interesting.
Says, okay.
After all that, still able to, care a little bit about her.
Amber says, do you want me to leave? My mum called me this morning and I didn't answer.
But also Emily just said, okay, period.
Know what to say or do. So that's very interesting. We can see that it's 3 p.m. the following day, and it looks like Amber's realizing her leaving is becoming a real possibility. And this is important. She's realizing needing to leave is something that might be, on the horizon. And then there's this screenshot where I've blurred the whole thing, but basically somebody orders Papa John's to Emily's house, and they call Emily and leave a voice message, and it's basically like
Hi, this is your Papa John's driver. Ugh.
To come to the door and collect the Papa John's, basically. And then you can see Amber saying, here, they rang the doorbell, I told them it wasn't me. And Emily says, was it unpaid again? I thought they weren't going to send orders here unless they were paid. I'll let you read this for yourself, it's not very interesting, but it seems like somebody ordered Papa John's to Emily's house. My theory is that it was Amber, and that Emily wasn't texting her back.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, I could definitely see that being the case.
So Amber did it on purpose to force the guy to call Emily, to get Emily to answer the phone. Hello, Editing Rachel again. In this video, in a second, you'll hear me say that this isn't very interesting and that this isn't very useful, and I don't even know why I'm bothering to mention this. It's not very interesting, but basically somebody ordered pizza. However, it suddenly occurred to me, as lots of good ideas do whilst I'm editing, not when I'm sat there actually recording, that
I hear you there, girl.
Speaking to Emily, Emily's front door and back door face each other, so there is an open area between the two doors. If you look at the time, it was 3:12 when this driver left this voicemail for Emily, and you can see Amber here confirming in these messages, at 3:12 she answered the door and told the Papa John driver that she was not the one who ordered the food. So this means confirmed proof, hard fucking evidence. Amber was downstairs in the area where the back door is at 3:12, meaning that she would have seen and felt that the back door was open, because the back door is exactly
Oh. Now listen, I watched this really late one night. I think after the wedding. Yeah. So oh my god. Oh, bitch, you're cooked. You're fucking cooked, Amber. What did you do to that cat?
to the front door, and she wouldn't have needed to wait for Emily to come home to sit down at the table and feel the cold breeze, because she would have known for sure that that back door was left open.
We get in a really fucking bad argument. She leaves through the glass door, leaves the door open. I did not notice because I did not go near the door. I did not go near the door.
That's actually psychotic. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I did not go near the door. I was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for her to come home. And that's when I noticed the cold breeze.
We already knew that Amber was lying in both versions of her rarity story, but these messages just give us more proof and really just ram it home that Amber...
You know what, Rachel? Good fucking catch. Holy shit.
The absolute fucking liar. It's 4:18, a bit later. Amber writes, I do love you and I feel a lot of remorse. Emily's at work.
Again, y'all, I know we're not even halfway. Holy fuck. Go give Rachel a like and a subscribe. Holy shit.
Reply. Then 5:20, she says, besides saying something about Colleen, that was the worst thing you could ever say to me. That would be like me saying you deserve to have a fucked up childhood, then getting aggressive with you when you got upset about it. Amber deflects.
Damn. When it's put that simply towards Amber, it's like, you just can't help but see how fucking crazy the situation is.
Back and says, during one of your first rages towards me, you literally said, and I quote, "No wonder why your parents don't talk to you."
Well, Amber, I mean, I ain't saying that her parents are truly any better, because, you know, they made that monster, but, you could have said why no one in your life talks to you.
Things about my size, which is my biggest insecurity. You've said things that have literally broken me into a million pieces and left me hating myself and questioning my worth.
To be honest, I guarantee you it's nothing worse than what Amber has said to herself. So why is it so earth-shattering?
Does not excuse what I said to you, but it shows you that we both say things we don't mean. So instead of taking one iota of accountability for what she said, she grabs what Emily said in what she describes as one of Emily's first rages, and she uses that against Emily and says, "We've both done the same thing to each other." She cannot take accountability. Also very interesting here, and something that has always interested me, Amber claims that Emily insults her about her weight, and apparently she said she looked like a melted candle if she lost weight.
She probably looked.
To be honest, though, like, how is that a possibility when Amber is literally Emily's ideal body type? Like, that's what she wants. That's what she desires. Why would she go and talk fucking shit?
Melting ice cream or a melted candle. My girlfriend behind my back was calling me Pocahontas.
Iconic. Sorry. Iconic.
I'm really trying to ask here, though, is why would Emily insult Amber's size if she loves it so much?
Right.
Bit weird. Amber says, even though your words tore through my soul, I forgave you. So hyperbolic, so dramatic, really dramatic language. And then Amber says,
Amber, true talk, dude. Use your dramatic ass to write some freaking, like, screenplays or something, dog. Well, maybe not, because you're a fucking weirdo. But, like, if she could have, you know, really used this in some way to be creative, but no.
and taken accountability for what I said about Megan. I even begged you for an hour to accept my apology and speak to me. Begging somebody to speak to you for an hour is crazy.
It's fucking pathetic.
Someone doesn't want to talk to you and they say, leave me alone, give me some space. You need to do it.
Yeah.
This is just Amber Lynn's MO all over again. She never gives any...
Like I said, it's fine to want to address it in the moment, but you have to accept that boundary that someone else places.
Space, no privacy, nothing. There's nothing more I can do. I'm left weak and hopeless. I've accepted defeat. I'll leave because I'm no longer wanted here, and it's clearly not something you want to forgive me for and fix. After everything that's been happening today, my body is shutting down. I'm not myself anymore. I feel sick every day. I feel scared. I wanted us to stick together and be there for one another, but when you woke up and yelled at me and was rude to me for no reason, it immediately triggered me and traumatized me.
Oh my fucking god. I swear, this girl has never had any real fucking trauma in her life, because if she had, she would know that, like, it's not that simple. Holy fuck.
Acknowledge I shouldn't have said what I said. The only way you and I can ever work is if you...
Triggered, maybe, but traumatized? Shut the fuck up.
You want it enough to admit that we are both at fault. So Amber, just desperate for Emily to admit that her being physically harmed by Amber was her own fault. I can wear a sign on my head admitting my faults during this. My ego means nothing to me.
Same girl.
Interesting. My guilt and fear and defeat is overpowering almost every other emotion I have right now. That is very interesting. My guilt and fear and defeat is overpowering almost every other emotion I have right now. Very interesting.
Yeah, those are very specific emotions. Huh.
Emotions that might relate to, for example, how much you love your cat, not wanting to harm your cat. All she wants is to get rid of her guilt and fear. I'm lost no matter... I say you aren't hearing me, but I still...
And listen, I think this really had Amber pissed off and really, like, on edge. If we know Rarity was a rambunctious cat. If Rarity did something, even in the slightest, that pissed Amber off, I cannot say for certain that Amber would not have hurt that cat in a fit of rage. I can't.
You to try because there's love there. That's why I'm here. Emily puts, I've apologized for the things I said out of anger when my hormones were messed up, but you continue to treat me like crap and I can't do it anymore. You know, saying I said it out of anger when my hormones were messed up is a little bit of an excuse. It's not full accountability, I would argue. Being like, I said sorry, you know, but I only did it because my hormones were messed up. And then her main point, you continue to treat me like crap and I can't do it anymore. And Amber replies again, another huge long message.
Oh my god.
A bit tiring, to be honest, but Amber says, you treat me like crap. You woke me up in the dead of night to yell at me for something I didn't do. I told you I was sleeping and you probably had a nightmare. Instead of believing me, you called me a liar and was flat out angry with me. Of course, I'm going to react to that. You scared me. You downright terrified me, really. Instead of acknowledging that I didn't just randomly treat you like crap, I was literally reacting to how you were treating me. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it okay, but you were an ingredient in the situation and you're making out as if I'm the only one at fault. Amber just writes these huge messages. It's like, oh my god, this is so long. Amber says, you aren't hearing me, you aren't believing me, you're saying everything that happened is my fault. This is so long, I'm not going to read every single word of this out loud. Amber claims that Emily told her sweet things just a couple of days ago, and that it pains Emily to think of her life without Amber. And then Amber says, are we truly done? Do I call my mum? Calling my mum alters everything. It makes it real. You'll notice in the screenshot...
What?
Shown so far, Amber alludes to having texted her mum in the night around 4 a.m-ish, and she mentions that she's texted her and that she said she's awake. But Amber is very, very clear in these messages and in the messages that you're going to see in a minute that we're about to get to, that Amber in fact had not called her mum. So now I'd like you to watch this clip, bearing in mind that Amber has said in these screenshots which we're looking at right now that she hasn't called her mum yet, and it's 3 p.m. on the same day.
But I immediately called my mom, like I'm like freaking out. Like, my mom knows, like, everything. I called her all the time, and she was begging me to come home, and I would constantly say I am, and then my mom would schedule to come pick me up. It was, like, this whole fucking thing. I will never forget this moment, ever, because I'm telling you, I called my mom hysterical.
So
then you know 1,000% she was blowing her mom up, too.
Clear as day, we hear Amber lie to everyone, and say that she called her mum immediately and that she was hysterical. But in the messages, we can see she didn't call her mum immediately. You're about to see even more proof of this in a second, but I just wanted to highlight this discrepancy because I think it was really important. Amber calling or not calling her mum is actually quite a big part of this story, and I think that it's part of the
Mind you, she's dancing to applause.
that Amber is gaslighting Emily so hard in these messages, because you've just heard Amber say that it was a whole thing whether her mum was coming to collect her or not, and this is no small journey that this 34-year-old adult is asking her mum to take. It's a 12-hour trip to drive from Oklahoma to Wisconsin to collect your daughter. So if you're going to be asked to take this trip, the person asking you needs to have a good bloody reason. We'll get more into driving home and calling mum thing in a second, but I just wanted to point out this other strange lie from Amber. Emily says, you were upset that I didn't cuddle you like I said I was going to. Amber says, we didn't cuddle. You cuddled my leg for 2 minutes and that was it. Yeah, it made me sad, not gonna lie. I was really looking forward to it.
Amber can't even lay down. How are you supposed to cuddle?
Feeling sick all day. If you're breaking up with me and upset with me because I heard all day how badly you wanted to be skin to skin with me and me, and then it lasts 2 minutes, then fine, I was disappointed, I will admit that. Emily says you wanted nothing to do with me and I was tired. This is quite funny, this bit coming up here. Amber says, I didn't argue with you, I calmly told you how I felt and then moved on, you fell asleep. I understand you were tired, but while awake, I was craving your skin and touch and warmth. When teased...
Oh! It's so creepy.
All day, I was anticipating it and made me crave it even more. Now, Emily is a fucking nurse, She worked a long shift, like 12 hours a day, and
Yeah, probably mostly on her feet. Amber would not even be able to comprehend what that's like.
Amber's like, what about me? I know you were tired, but while you were awake, I was craving your touch.
And that doesn't even take into account the emotional toll that being a nurse takes, you know? Like,
Is it all
you're not just, like, basically doing customer service. You're also having to deal with people in some of their hardest moments.
hey, me, touch, I want to be skin
Not deal with people, but you know what I mean. Like, just having to bear witness to some of it and be the one to break the news to some people, like, that takes such a toll.
with you. All she cares about is how she feels. No consideration for Emily. Emily says, I was cuddling you, but you wouldn't stop watching Geordie's stupid video talking about me. And then Amber says, I turned my phone off completely. Emily says, you were mad. I took time after work instead of coming straight home. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Sorry. Amber Lynn says, do I call my mum right now? And Emily says, you said you did. Amber says, I didn't call right now. I contacted her when everything was going down and she finally called back this morning. I didn't answer. Do you want
Oh? She's such a damn liar.
to go back to Oklahoma, Emily? It's simple. If you say no, I'll stay and we'll work through this. If you say yes, I'll call my mum right now and tell her I need to leave and I need her help. Then 6:09 p.m, it's getting later in the day. Emily says, I can't continue to have you mad at me for every little thing I do. Amber says, I'm not. Emily says, you are, including me coming home slightly later than I normally did last night. Amber says, I'm sorry. I thought you got off work at 6:30. So it sounds like more evidence there of Amber not giving anyone their own free fucking time and letting them do their own thing. Then
Go figure.
later, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry. We both have made mistakes and apologized. If you want to be with me and have me stay, I will. But if you want me to leave and go back to Oklahoma, I need you to say it. Then it looks like Amber changes the theme of the backgrounds or whatever. 7:20. No.
So stupid.
From Emily. She's being ignored. She's not getting a response.
Ew. Amber. What a weird ass message to send.
She's feeling ignored. Note the time. It's getting later in the day. Amber's freaking out. She's thinking, am I going to have to leave? Does she really want me to leave? Emily's not replying. She says, remembering the last time we had sex and the way you held me in the middle of it for a minute was making my heart hurt so much. I felt so loved. I felt so connected to you. I don't want to lose you. I love you tremendously. Strange word of the use of the word tremendously. Amber says, what do? I feel defeated. Amber wants an answer here. She's trying to cling to Emily. She wants to know if it's going to happen, if they're going to get back together. Emily said,
Damn, I don't know, Amber. Not even Amber Lynn.
I don't know, Amber. Amber says, do you want me to leave or can this be fixed? I love you a lot. Then there's a gap, so clearly some time has passed. Do you love me? I'm just so sorry. I don't know what else to say. Now it's, why is she all of a sudden groveling and apologizing and trying to...
Because now it's real. Now there's the implication of, no, you need to go.
Better when what Emily wanted was for her to take real accountability, which she refused to do. But now all of a sudden, the genuine, real threat of her having to leave is coming. Amber's mum is, going to be on the phone in a minute with her. She needs to know the answer, whether she's leaving or not. And all of a sudden, she's desperately trying to bond them back together and get Emily to change her mind. This becomes very interesting in the context of Rarity, which we're coming up on now. Emily says, I do love you, but neither of us are happy. Amber says, I thought you were happy with me, though. You said I help you, and you don't know what you do without me. I can't beg for you to want to be with me. It makes me feel so pathetic, but I love you enough to work on this. We can't change overnight. Neither of us can. And then there's a gap. But if you truly aren't happy with me, I'll leave. I look so stupid fighting for our relationship right now. At least I'll leave with you knowing I tried to fight for you. I wasn't ever ready to give up, but I'll never force someone to be with me. Emily says, you're not...
I wouldn't necessarily believe that last part. It kind of seems like you do.
Either, though. You're always mad at me for something, which is interesting and is Amber's character, as it would seem. Amber,
very true.
Emily, don't put words in my mouth. I have moments where I'm not happy. Yes, 100%. I hate arguing with you, but I'm happy. So don't say you're not happy either.
Oh, interesting. Because Amber did come on claiming how frickin' miserable she was out there. Again.
Because I didn't realise you were unhappy with me because just a couple of days ago you said something completely different. Even last night in your truck when we were talking, you were saying how you loved me and all this positive stuff about our relationship. It confuses me. Emily says, I do, but those comments that we have of you not being mad at me over nothing are getting less and less. Those moments we have, sorry. Amber says, that's not how it feels on my end. Now, it sounds to me like this is a conversation between two people whose relationship is breaking down. There isn't anything holding them together. It's full.
I also think it's two people that have a very different perception of how things are and just how things are happening.
Apart, as you can see, and Amber's starting to wallow. She's starting to realise, like, shit, this is not going to work. Amber says, if I don't make you happy, I need to go. I just need you to tell me that, because I can't make the first step in doing so. I hold on to hope. I love you so deeply. This whole thing hurts bad. I just want us to be touching right now, a hug that we both feel strongly. Emily says, you've just told me that I emotionally neglect you. If that's true, then why do you want to be with me? A very fair question. Amber says, because I talked to you about it and you said that you were going through something. You said it'll pass and things will get better. I believe you, want to be with you. Now the question is, do you want to be with me? Emily doesn't.
Yeah.
Amber says, I miss you so much. Emily says, I can't give more than I already am. I'm drained. I cried at work today telling blank about last night. Amber says, you told her? I haven't told a soul. Emily says, not deep.
Who the fuck are you going to tell, Amber? Be so for real. And I thought you were talking to your mom. Huh?
It's just that we fought and I was up all night because of it. Amber says here, I haven't told a soul. That's not true. Amber told her mum. So that's not true. She loves this. You can see there, you told her, question mark, question.
Sorry, if anyone is not watching, you're just listening, there's a little, like, asterisk. Although she might not have told her mom at this point, question mark. Screenshots suggest she hasn't, but in the live, she says she told her mom immediately.
She's mad that Emily's got someone else to talk to. Emily's sharing her problems with another person.
Oh, 1,000%.
Haven't told a soul, which isn't true. She told her mum. And you can see Amber starting to break down. She's twisting it around away from being Emily's awful, Emily's lying, Emily's trying to create something that didn't happen, and she's trying to clutch it back and make herself into the victim again. I'm sorry, I can't give more than I have, than I already am either. Do you want to be with me? Emily says, I can't handle the BPD episodes. It triggers me to the point of shutting down for days. It's not fair to me, a blanked out section, because I'm triggered by you screaming at me over something like not asking nice enough to go outside for a smoke and alone time. That line.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But we know that's how Amber is. So, like, it's just reassurance as per usual.
Is so interesting, and it's absolutely classic. That's what Amber does. She is so controlling of her partner's time, and you can see here Emily claiming that that's exactly what Amber did to her. And instead of replying and saying, I didn't do that, that's not the case, what are you on about? Amber says, I'm getting help for the BPD episodes. I'm waiting for them to email me back. It's the weekend, so they aren't working. Instead of saying, I don't do that, you know, here she is again, mentioning BPD, using BPD as an excuse. Amber says, I know it's hard and exhausting and I'm very sorry.
Yeah, she still uses it as an excuse, but I was going to say she fully admits to having tantrums.
But we love each other. I'm going to kind of scroll a little bit. I don't want to lose you because of an illness I have due to childhood PTSD and trauma. It's so beyond unfair. Now that line there, I don't want to lose you because of childhood trauma, is effectively saying she doesn't want to lose her because of her BPD. This is Amber refusing to admit that it is her behaviour which is the problem. Sure, you have BPD, but the BPD, I mean, I don't even know if she has it. She definitely isn't diagnosed. But her claiming that the BPD is what causes her to behave this way is classic. She will not admit that it's her responsibility to have therapy and sort it out. You can't treat people like this. But Amber thinks that she can. She says, you aren't answering me flat out when I ask if you want me to leave. You won't say yes or no. Please just tell me, can we work on this or do I need to leave? And then Amber says, I've been distracting myself all day and it's been very hard. Another distraction I'd like to do is scratches, but I have no way of getting there. Can you?
Oh my god. What a hard 180 this conversation turned as soon as Amber was like, oh, I need something.
take me tonight. I really need a change of scenery and to put my mind into something else that is enjoyable. Now, that is the most insane, selfish...
Yo, sorry to cut you off, Rachel, and sorry to jump the gun here a bit, but I'm just reading this a little bit. Oh, I bet Amber's whole stomach dropped out her fucking ass when she read that. Holy Christ.
They're talking about them potentially breaking up and the difficulty of their relationship. Emily's at a shift. She's a nurse. She works long shifts.
Oh, also, now that we are moseying into the Casey... Oh, hold on.
Going to be shattered. She's been up all night because of Amber. And Amber is selfish enough to say, I need a distraction. I need another distraction. Please, will you take me to buy some scratchers after work? What a strange...
Right? It's weird.
...thing to ask your partner during an argument. Me and you were in the middle of fighting, but I need a distraction. Please, will you drive me to the shop to get scratch cards? It's just weird. And then Amber adds, obviously, I want to do scratches with you. I miss you and I'm sorry. I feel dumb. Now, Emily says here, which is very interesting, I'm going to bed when I get home. I haven't slept. Very interesting. I'm watching Mr. Snowflake's new video, and Casey described how you grabbed their arm, should be his arm, with your nails, was literally the exact same way you grabbed me. And Amber writes, I did that to...
Oh. Did I... Oh, no, because Goo cut me off. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. So I just wanted to give a bit of disclaimer. There's going to be a lot of misgendering happening in this. Now, Rachel does a very good job of being respectful and correcting it. So I'm not going to, jump in and double down on that. Just know, Amber, gross. You know better. Emily, I'm side-eyeing you a bit. Yeah.
See, because she choked me. So again, she misgenders Casey, but then she also correctly genders him in the same message. I don't know.
Right? It's weird.
How hard the cut is going to be, by the way, because there's been like 5 hours since I was talking 2 seconds ago. So I can't remember.
Gotcha. You definitely needed a break, girl.
What I said about this in the last time I was filming, but that misgendering is pretty serious. This instance of Amber calling Casey she was very interesting to me because it reminded me of this video that I made where I discuss these comments which Amber Lynn made, where she's very clearly making a joke at the expense of her ex-partner Casey, who is a trans man. If you want the full details on that situation...
I mean, Rachel, it goes so deep. Amber's transphobia, so that's a whole other conversation.
And watch this video. Amber does go on to call Casey he in these screenshots. And listen, we all mess up pronouns sometimes. You just say sorry and keep it moving, try not to do it again. However, this is clearly a pattern with Amber. At least in my opinion, it seems to be a pattern. I just think it's strange when somebody who claims things like this,
like, I stand for trans rights 1,000,000,000%,
says things like this. And once again, we see Amber making excuses and repeating this story that she claims she was abused by Casey, and it is so much more likely that he was abused by her. That's what all the evidence...
Let's also remember, again, Casey was a minor when they started talking to Amber.
...to. That's what Amber's string of exes and all of their stories points to. And I believe Casey's version of events, and I've said that many times, and I've made many videos about it. Amber says I was 19 when that happened, 16 years ago, and the fact that you're watching that makes me so fucking hurt. I can't believe you to sit there and believe him after I opened up to you about what he did to me and what he still puts me through.
Interesting. She almost makes it sound like it was a personal reason why he's done this to her. That's weird, right?
Crazy that she would say it was 16 years ago. I was...
Okay, Amber, and your childhood was like 25, 30 years ago. Get the fuck over it. Yeah, it doesn't sound so nice, does it?
When that happened, but then she says in the same message what he still puts me through. What Emily's saying here is making a point in this comparison between the nail marks and the fact that...
Or is she is what he still puts me through. Is that in reference to Casey? Because going from the subject of Snowflake to that makes me think it's about Snowflake, but maybe it's not. I could have misread. Okay.
Amber grabbed Emily, and according to the video that, Mr. Snowflake's video with Casey claims, very credibly, I think, that Amber grabbed him as well. And Emily, who's at the time of this message is Amber's partner, is explaining to Amber, listen, there's somebody else who had the exact same experience as me. Amber admits that she did it. She says, I did that to Casey because he choked me. But that makes no sense as well, because according to Amber's version of events, Casey choked her in the street when they were walking to the laundrette in a public place.
Memories are kind of like fading here and there. But I do remember us being on the sidewalk, and I remember her dropping what was in her hands, and she took me by the throat, and she started yelling at me. I was like, what? And I think at the time, what shocked me the most was the fact that she was doing it in such a public place. Like, there was nobody around that I remember. And, like, I was, like, crying. Like, she literally was having me by the throat, just, like, screaming at me.
But if you watch Casey's story, he claims that those nail marks were made, or that Amber grabbed him by the arm when they were sat in his bedroom. So not in a public place. Ergo, not the same event. So what's going on there? That doesn't add up. And the point I'm trying to make...
Yeah, and I'm also going to bring into question, like, what led up to all this? Because I highly doubt it that Casey just, like, turned, looked at Amber, and lunged at her throat. Like, the fuck?
Emily, again, asserts the same thing she's asserted 48 screenshots in. You were physically violent towards me. You hurt me. You did this to me. And Amber, instead of responding or trying to say anything that would give Emily any kind of understanding that she's apologetic for what she did or she understands what she did, once again, she deflects. She blames Casey. She makes out that she was the pure innocent victim in that situation, and I don't believe it. She's lied publicly about the nail marks on Emily's arm, which we're going to get to in a second.
She's lied publicly about just damn near everything under the sun, dude. So you cannot believe a frickin' thing that she tells us. Especially stuff revolving around her getting sympathy.
It's absolutely, completely believable that she would lie about the nail marks or the fact that she dug her fingers into Casey as well. She's not an individual who can be trusted when it comes to telling stories. And we know that. She's lied about so many things. I cannot stress enough how many things Amberlynn Reid has lied about on YouTube, as I'm sure you all know. And if this is the case and she was the victim, why in this message does she feel the need to say it was 16 years ago? This is Amber's MO. She does this all the time. Whenever she feels the need to defend herself, whenever she admits anything she's done wrong, which she usually doesn't, she always caveats it with a time period. That was this many years ago. That was that many years ago. And she says, I'm sitting here crying, feeling remorseful, thinking...
Right, but then again, when it's in reference to how she behaves, oh, well, it's easily excusable because of her trauma, which happened 20 plus years ago.
All our good memories and thinking of ways to improve our relationship while you're sitting somewhere in your truck watching my tell lies about me. When I first read that, I thought she was talking about Snowflake.
Okay, yeah, see? I got a little confused there too. I was like, damn, you're taking that a little serious, huh?
I think she's talking about Casey.
Yeah.
So in this message right here in 4K, she is calling Casey her once again, and it's mad. This is one chain, one conversation where Amber accuses two partners of abuse, and following this conversation, she also goes on to accuse Emily of physical abuse. That's three
Shocker.
people, all accused in one message chain. That's crazy. It's pretty unlikely that Amber has such bad luck with choosing partners that she happens to have chosen a partner, again, another one who physically abused her.
I mean, listen. Here in America, unfortunately, domestic violence is actually I'm not going to say common, but more common than you think, unfortunately, kind of thing.
more likely that she's the common denominator.
Because we have such terrible mental health services.
Who, whenever somebody says to her, listen, look what you did, you're the one who's done this to me, like Emily's tried to for this whole conversation, she deflects, she pulls the victim card, she tries to make out that it's not her who's in the wrong, when I think it clearly is. She says her classic line, I literally cannot believe this is real life. Don't worry, I'm done asking you to be with me. What did...
Oh, I'm anticipating the Uno reverse.
She'll say, this is the camel that broke the straw's back. I'm literally so hurt. I think that there's a line in the Geordie video where Geordie mentions that Rachel says Rachel is Megan, who is Emily's ex-partner, who Emily accuses of...
Oh, girl, I thought you were getting brought up into it.
and who, according to the police report, definitely held Emily at the point. Emily claims it was for 6 hours, and the police report corroborates that it definitely happened, and there was a gun retrieved and all of that stuff. In that video, as I understand it, Rachel uses the phrase, this is the camel that broke the straw's back.
The camel that broke the straw's back.
All this does is prove that she does watch reaction channels and that she was watching.
Oh, yeah, go figure. Go figure. I'm telling you, when she ended her live the other night to go watch Geordie's, that's 1,000% what happened.
At the time, which we've already seen be claimed in this video. So here I think we see a little bit of a turn. We see Amber turn it again into her being the victim, as she always does, and try and threaten Emily. And she's mentioning to Emily, listen, I'm going to leave. I really am going to leave. And I think that she wants Emily to grovel and beg and say, no, don't leave me, don't leave me. But Emily doesn't. She says, nice try at reverse Uno, Amberlynn. Which is just very funny and I think speaks for itself. Once again, playing the victim, I'm contacting my mum, I'm packing my bags, I'm such a fool to trust you, to think you actually loved me. I feel so dumb. I can't believe I trusted you and opened up to you last night about him. I should never have said anything. And Emily, who's watched Mr. Snowflake's video, and she is apparently...
The thing is, I think Emily has already seen enough, instances of doubt in Amber's stories and just the things that she tells Emily, that as soon as she heard about the Casey situation and everything, she was like, oh, I need to go hear what actually happened on this. I bet.
Mr. Snowflake's video. And she's texting Amber about this, says, nice try at reverse Uno, Amberlynn, which is just so funny and clever how she is undermining Amber's attempt. Emily is saying, you hurt me physically, just like you did to your ex, Casey. And Amber says, somehow she's the victim. I can't believe that I thought you actually loved me. I can't believe I trusted you and opened up to you. I should never have said anything. She's fantastic at playing the victim. And we can see she's getting angry here. Oh no, this isn't me reversing anything. You're sitting in your truck watching a reaction channel that has ruined both of our lives. You're watching my ex lie.
To be fair, Emily posted all that other shit by herself.
And lie about me. You're watching him deny every fucking thing he did to me as I sit here and beg for your forgiveness. I'm done. I thought we could fix this, but I can't. And once again, Emily comes in the same way she has the whole way through the conversation. She just says her one point, her one piece, the one thing she has consistently tried to say. You literally grabbed me and dug your nails into me last night. And Amber goes, no, I didn't. Even though throughout this conversation, she has tried to kind of turn it around and say sorry, even though she never specified what she was saying sorry for.
Right, now it's just full-on denial. I didn't do anything.
But then here it is again, another denial. No, I didn't. Emily says, are you kidding me? Amber says, you told me I scratched you. Now I grabbed you with my nails. What nails, Emily? And I think that's her suggesting that her nails were short. It doesn't take very much nail to make a mark on somebody's skin. I know that that's true. And Amber repeats, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. Now let's just fact check this quickly. So Amber says that Emily said, you told me I scratched you. Now I grabbed you with my nails. If we go back to...
That's semantics. That's semantics. She's implying that, there's such a fucking difference in the two.
Right near the top of this conversation, Emily doesn't call it scratching. She says, pushing me and squeezing my arm. And then a little bit later, she says, you grab.
To be fair, also, Emily might not have realized that Amber even broke skin in the moment. She might not have. She might not have seen the blood or anything like that until after.
Again, in Black number 12, you fucking grabbed your arm and dug your nails into me. It's the same thing Emily has said the whole way through. She's never called it a scratch. She's characterized it as grabbing and digging the nails in. But if we go back to screenshot Black 50, my silly color coordination is so stupid, but it's really helpful for this. Again, the same message that she said 50 screenshots ago in the morning at 4 a.m., you literally grabbed me and dug your nails into me last night. And it's exactly what she said the whole time. But here we say Amber again, which I read this as Amber trying to gaslight Emily and tell her what she said when she didn't say it. You told me I scratched you, and now I grabbed you.
Now that we know that Amber's a scratcher and nail digger also, doesn't that make her acrylic eras even more terrifying? Right?
Nail? Question mark. No. Emily has characterized it as grabbing with nails from the beginning. Exactly the same the whole way through, because people who are telling the truth are consistent. The story doesn't change because the story is the story. The person who's fabricating and
honestly, I wouldn't have even looked at it like that, Rachel. Good on you for really, solidifying. Emily has said this and just this. Amber bringing up the semantics of dug or scratch, Emily, which one? Like, shut the fuck up. You've already lost. You have already lost the argument if you're debating on, was it a scratch or did I dig my nails into you? It doesn't matter. Your nail broke her skin.
Is Amber. I can't.
And also, if you know that your partner has a skin condition that makes them susceptible to tearing and stuff like that, why would you go and forcibly grab them? Huh?
Say that any more clearly. It's very obvious. What I will say is the way that Emily speaks to Amber here is very cold, very firm, very clear. I know that Amber goes on to describe this in her later live streams as stonewalling. I don't know if that is stonewalling. I think it's fair to say that Emily is being cold and firm and sticking to her line, but I don't think that that's bad. I think that's a good thing to do, especially when you're dealing with a narcissist.
1000%. That's the only way to handle it. The only way.
You're not supposed to engage. If you want to say anything, you should make your point and make it clearly. And then, she's not getting her way. She's tried the woe is me, the victim mindset, and now she's changing again. Thank you for clarifying why I need to leave. I'm calling my mum, and this time I'm serious. I'm so hurt.
Oh, now that she's serious. Okay.
To believe him and to be sat there watching that while I'm trying to fix this. I'm literally sickened. Am I supposed to believe Megan and Rachel? Am I? Like, what the heck? And then she says, I never believed them, which is really funny because later in the
it sounds like she kind of does.
Stream, Amber says, she goes on when she does a live stream in response to Mr. Snowflake's video, she goes, Megan, contact me. I'd love to talk to you. I need to talk to you.
Yeah, that was so fucking weird. That was so weird. She was scrambling like, I need someone else's story to say that it's mine too.
Never experienced someone like you in my life.
She's scary.
And in this moment, I wish more than anything I could talk to your ex, Megan. Megan, if you are watching this or if someone knows Megan, have her talk to me. I would do anything to talk to you.
She's terrifying, dude. Absolutely terrifying.
At this point, I don't know. I would do anything just to speak to you personally. I will never share anything, but I need someone who understands because this is fucking crazy.
She flip-flops back and forth on her opinion on the dynamic between Emily and...
Because listen, the conversation with Amber and her partners is always going to be all of her partners' stories against Amber. She's never been in a situation where she had someone else to corroborate a story. Even if Amber made it up, which she more than likely would, she would try to use that to corroborate her own story. She's never had that before. Never.
Whenever it suits her, exclusively to try and put forward the narrative that she wants shared. She says, how would you feel if I said I believed Rachel because you make me feel insane? Like moments like this. How would you feel if I said I believed you made Megan eat more, or that you also abused her? I would never fucking say that. I would never believe someone over you, and I would never compare abuse stories.
What do you mean you would never believe that she made Megan eat more? Come on, be so for real.
The actual fuck. Now that line is so powerful and so interesting, because when Emily went on to speak to Mr. Snowflake, the exact thing that Amber did was say she wanted to speak to Megan and she wanted to compare abuse stories. These messages read to me as somebody who is scrambling and trying to grasp back any power. She's trying all different things. Her opinion and her viewpoint on the situation changes throughout these messages, whereas Emily's doesn't. She tries one method, it doesn't work, so she changes and tries another method. It's really fascinating to see. And then
it's crazy how fast we're almost like cycling through it all, you know? Oh my god, guys, there's still an hour left, and we're at like 3 hours. Oh my god.
here we've got a bit more, I don't even know what you'd call this, manipulation maybe. You're not the person I fell in love with. Have fun watching me. Oh, I think that's meant to say Mr. Snowflake, the man who, is there one missing here? Have fun watching Mr. Snowflake, the man who, is there something missing there? The man who what? I wonder if the bottom of that message is just cut off, or very curious what that says. And then she says, you know they both have a motive. That motive is to make me look like a monster, and you're believing it. Awesome. I think it's very clear from these screenshots and these messages and the way she speaks to Emily, she doesn't need any help making herself look like a monster.
Very that.
Really doesn't. She says, should I have believed everything said about you? That's not love. And the thing is that she's trying to make Emily feel bad here. But Emily, if the evidence is to be believed, there's a photo of marks on Emily's arm, which is the altercation that Emily claimed happened. And Amber went on to lie about the, pretend and claim that Emily faked these nail marks days later, which is not true. And I will come to the nail marks in a second, properly.
Yo, it's taken a while here. It's taken a while.
Saying I will, but I am going to. But
not on Rachel's part, okay? This video is so much longer because of me.
Has had this experience, and she's seen Casey claim that he had the exact same experience, and she's saying these two things happened, they're the same. And Amber cannot stand it. She needs to be seen as the victim. She hates that Emily is interacting with Mr. Snowflake's content and comparing stories with Casey. Emily doesn't respond. She just puts this screenshot here, which is a screenshot of earlier in the conversation. And then Amber says, yep, ignore what I'm saying. You could have come home and we could have fixed this. Instead, you chose war. Why, Emily? Now, it's crazy that she would say you chose war when she is literally the one who will not stop. She doesn't stop messaging. She doesn't stop calling. She is insistent on trying to get Emily to speak to her in this conversation. Emily says, I said it multiple times that you grabbed me and dug your nails in. Now it's just a scratch, ? Beat around the bush all you want. You know you physically assaulted me. The fact that you can't even own up is just great. Go ahead and call your mum. Now, this message is pretty important, I think.
Ooh. That go ahead and call your mom at the very end. It's like, yeah, we're done. We are done here.
This is a culmination of everything Emily's been saying the whole way through this conversation, and then it ends with that.
I think Emily not saying, call your mom, in the very beginning when Amber first threatened it, was Emily giving Amber a chance. I really do. I think entertaining the conversation even a little bit, repeating the offense that was done, giving Amber multiple opportunities to own up to it, and she didn't do that.
Line, the fact you can't even own up to it is just great. Go ahead and call your mum. And she's done. This is somebody who's done. You can tell. She wants Amber to get the fuck out of her house. We're coming up to the nail marks in a second, and we'll cover all of that. Let's read a bit further. So Amber says, I was trying to fix this, but I can't be the only one to do it. You literally kicked me and won't admit it. You're crazy. You straight up kicked me. I'm done, Emily. I'm calling and packing. This final line, I'm calling and packing, is important. It shows that Amber knows that, the game is up. She knows Emily wants her out, she really does, and she's leaving. Now, in the live stream where Amber mentions and brings up the nail marks, she has this whole bit where she flaps on the computer and she makes this very clear claim that Emily lied about the nail marks. Amber claims that Emily took a photo of the nail marks, sent them to Amber on this day, and then days later made the nail marks again, faked them, and then sent a second photo days later to try and make it look like she had been hurt. Amber claims Emily recreated the nail marks, okay? So first, let's watch Amber flap as she pretends to not know how to pull up a picture on a laptop screen.
I don't want a fucking slideshow because it's not showing the full picture. Why is it turning black? Why is it turning black? You guys, I'm an actual boomer at this. How do I do this? Why isn't this showing, bro? Can someone please help me?
Alas, I fear Amber may be beyond help. We, the viewer, however, are not. Let's watch Amber now get excited and cocky as she finally works out how to show this photo.
Can someone please help me? I don't want to zoom in. I want to show you the whole photo. I want to show you both. The real deal and then the lie deal. Open viewer? I'm scared I'm going to delete something. Bitch, I figured it out. Oh my God, suck my ass.
This was such weird energy. I even called it that right then and there. Like, this is weird. She loves this.
You'll notice that Amber does a little happy dance here when she works out that she can in fact show these photos. Not dissimilar from the happy dance that I imagine Milky Chai did when she clocked this lie. Once again, all credit to Milky Chai for clocking this initially. This is the live stream and the timestamp at which Milky made this fantastic realization, and oh my God, props to you, Milky, you must have the eyesight of a hawk. Let's watch Amber lay this lie out for us now. I want it to be nice and clear in everyone's mind so that when we pick it apart and prove that it's bullshit, it's extra satisfying.
I've never been more excited in my life. Sorry, I just got way...
That's such a scary fucking laugh. Ugh.
too excited. So I'm going to show you the first photo that she sent me. This is her arm. Okay? Keep in mind she's wearing a maroon shirt. And then look at what she sends me a couple days later. Because she forgot that she took that photo and sent it to me. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is from a few days later. Keep that in mind. In this photo, you're going to see these weird marks that she created herself. This is a completely different day, Cindy O. A completely different day where there's fresh marks. She faked nail marks days later.
That is a little supercut of Amberlynn's lie. Nice and clear, nice and straightforward for everyone to watch. That is what Amber said happened. There's also this clip, which I always think is worth watching.
Emily literally faked nail marks in a different shirt on a different day, took the picture as if it was the same fucking day.
So this is absolutely untrue. I'm going to hand back to main narrating Rachel in a second, who's going to show you the new proof that we've got from Emily. But before I do that, I just want to highlight one more thing. If you look at the screen right now, you can see that as Amber is telling this story and showing this alleged second photo, which she claims was sent days later, look where her finger is. Funny, her finger is covering the date and timestamp.
Go figure.
It's almost like she knew she was lying. And, she did. She absolutely did. I'll let Rachel in the video take it from here. Amber lies and claims that Emily faked those nail marks later, but that's not true. The date stamp on both of the two photos is the same. So Amber is absolutely, categorically lying about what happened this night and trying to make it look like Emily abused her when in fact she is the one who physically harmed Emily. Now, I think it's absolutely wrong to get online and lie about somebody doing this kind of thing to you and lie.
Yeah, when she said, why does it keep going black? I wonder if she was trying to take a screenshot and like crop it in a specific way.
In claiming that they fabricated evidence when they didn't, and that's partially why I'm making this video, because it's just absolutely not on and it can't be allowed. But in the screenshot that Amber shows, you see this bit of the conversation. So you've seen now, I've shown you the conversation all the way up to and including the bit that Amber flashes in her live stream. And I asked Emily to send me that bit of the conversation from her point of view. Now you'll notice that Amber claims that Emily deleted those photos later, which is true. So if we go into this next screenshot here, this is it here. I got this one later than the previous ones because Emily sent me up to and including, and I said, hang on a minute, can I have that one? And here it is. So you can see it here, and you see Emily say, I didn't fucking kick you, Amber Lynn. And then at 9:15, which is the exact timestamp that Milky clocked in the video where she realizes Amber lied, Emily sends these photos. Okay, now these photos were sent at 9:15 p.m. They were sent and then they were deleted. Emily deleted them later. I'll talk about Emily deleting them in a second, but here it is. Absolute proof that those photos were sent on the same day. You can see that they were sent at 9:15, which correlates with the timestamp on the photo. So that is proof that Amber absolutely 100% categorically lied about Emily faking those arm photos.
This is a completely different day, Cindy O.
I mean, to be honest, just assumed she was lying, dude. That's like the thing. Like, oh, Amber lied? Well, we probably guessed it before.
A completely different day. A completely different day. A completely different day.
A completely different day.
Rachel, I can't see that. Thank you.
Sure, Dan. And we can go one better. Emily also sent me a picture of her sending Amber the original photo that morning. So we've got both photos. This one here is the original that Emily took in her camera roll and then sent to Amber, as in she took the picture, pressed share, and it went via text. So that...
And that was literally like right after the argument in text began.
This one here, you can see the timestamp, and then here's the screenshot of Emily sending the second images, which were then deleted. You can compare Emily's screenshot and Amber's screenshot, and you can see that it's the arm photos that were deleted, sent on the same day.
I've never been more excited in my life.
The only reason...
That's so scary. That's so scary. She wasn't laughing because she got proof that she was right. She was laughing because she figured out a way that she could try to spin it. That's scary. This is a dangerous person, all right? I don't know how many more times we have to say it. She's dangerous.
But would lie about that is self-preservation. The only reason she would need to self-preserve is because she did, in fact, physically harm Emily, which correlates perfectly with every single message that Emily has sent throughout this entire conversation. Now, look at this. Now, this is really important, okay? Emily sends these photos, and then Amber says, I'm on the phone to my mum, and she wants me to go back to Oklahoma. And Emily says,
because I wonder what you're telling your mom.
Okay, then go back to Oklahoma. She's done. She clearly wants Amber to go, and we know for
Right, I'd be like, okay, so get the fuck out.
She wanted Amber to go.
Can she be here by this afternoon?
And shortly thereafter, or not that shortly thereafter, because Rarity then went missing, and bear that in mind, and we'll come to that.
Holy fucking shit. I don't know why, slow moment, sorry, but it really all just kind of set. And then Rarity went missing. Holy Christ. Amber. Dog, I think you have your own special pit in hell. Ooh!
Minute, Amber did end up leaving. So Amber has just said, I'm on the phone with my mum. Emily sent the arm photos, and then Amber says, how can you fake something like that? What the fuck? And Emily says, the fact that you're denying that you laid hands on me last night instead of apologizing, I fucking can't. Now, it's really important to remember, because we need to try and unpick this a little bit. While this conversation is happening, Emily sent the arm photos. Amber is directly gaslighting her and saying to her that she faked it when she absolutely didn't, and we know she didn't. And the reason we know she didn't is because Amber claimed that she faked them and sent them days later, which we know is a lie because we can see the timestamp. It's not possible that they were sent days later because here they are being sent on the same day. So we know, I'm sorry, I'm being so pedantic, but we know Amber is lying about this, okay? It's really important. So during this portion of the conversation, Amber is on the phone to her mum, okay? And I think that's really important. So now we're going to go to the purple screenshots. They pick up basically straight after. So it goes 1 through 54, black, and then it goes 1 through 27, which we're getting into now, purple. So Emily says, you can see the fucking early bruising, which is even darker today. And Amber says, you're ignoring what I'm saying. Emily says, like little fingerprints. Amber writes, what are those nail marks? Emily says, I'm showing how you fucking grabbed me. Amber goes, no, you fake nail marks and just got caught. Emily says, I literally sent you the photo last night, which is true. Receipts here. Here is the picture that was texted to Amber, the night before at 4. Technically it was the same day, but the previous, that earlier that morning, Emily sent the original photos. So Amber has seen them. So for her to be here saying, what are those nail marks? She's already seen them. They were sent to her hours prior via text. So for Amber to put that, what are those nail marks, with the full stops, the punctuation in this way, this performative way, she's already seen the nail marks. She's seen the picture. It reads to me, and this is my opinion, that it's an over-dramatization. She's trying to convince somebody of something. And Emily explains herself. The exact same thing she's been saying this whole time. I'm showing you how you fucking grabbed me. Amber says, no, you fake nail marks and just got caught. Emily says, I literally sent you the photo last night, which we've established is true. Amber puts, the nail marks, what are those? Amber knows what they are. She's seen them already. She's the one who made them. Emily says, I showed you the nail marks with the bruises underneath to show exactly how you fucking grabbed me. Amber says, that is not how I grabbed you. My God. Now, we've seen two things. We've seen Amber lie in previous videos, and she goes, my God, when she's really angry. Her way is not...
She gets all flustered, yeah. Yeah, I mean... She's got a bunch of different little ticks and tells. Well, I shouldn't call them ticks. I don't want to infer or imply that, But she does have tells to when she's annoyed or flustered about, her lies just not syncing up. I myself had to take a bit of a break there. Check out the Big Cherry Retro React from this morning if you want the full rundown of the chaos that ensued while I was filming this video. Alright, let's just dive right back into this.
Through, and she's telling a lie and she's pissed off. And look, very, very interesting. Emily says, again, the same thing she said the entire time, and I'm sorry, I know it's boring, but it's so important. She claims that she's been grabbed, and Amber says, that is not how I grabbed you. So now she admits...
Back to semantics, and I've always said, as soon as the girls start with the semantic arguments, they've lost.
She did grab Emily, which is crazy the whole way through this conversation.
But, right, she'll admit, okay, so I did touch you, but I didn't grab you like that.
She's gone, no, I didn't grab you, I was trying to hold you, I was trying to help you not fall, or I was trying to calm you down. Then she goes, oh, well, it was a scratch. It was a scratch I made by accident. And now she says, okay, I did grab you, but that's not how I grabbed you. So crazy. And Emily, once again...
Amber's hands are dirty as fuck. I wouldn't want her scratching me. Get a staph infection.
Straight, direct, the same thing she said the whole time. Are you fucking kidding me? You grabbed my arm and squeezed with your fingers, digging into my arm, which is exactly what she said this whole time. And remember, Amber is on the phone to her mum during this conversation, okay? She's acting brand new.
I can only imagine. Well, no, we do know what Amber was saying. She was saying, and now she's faking marks.
Acting like she's got no idea where the marks came from and she's never seen them, which is not true, because she was sent a photo the night before. Now she says, Emily, I know that I didn't do that because the whole time last night...
Do we also think Rarity going missing could have been... Because, I think Amber's mom still had like a bit of hope left in her for her daughter, and was like, listen, if things are this bad, like, you're being blackmailed, you're being abused, all the things Amber tells her, whatever, then if that was your child, estranged for a period of time or not, wouldn't you probably go and get them? Right? Right? If they reached out. Like, wouldn't you? Probably. Probably. I wouldn't judge you if not. I'm sure you got your reasons, but, you know, I'm sure the fair majority of people out there would probably at the drop of a hat. How much you want to bet that it was a mixture of to get Emily to allow her to stay, but also a deterrent for Mama Lynn, which is why Mama Lynn did not end up coming to pick her back up later on. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. It's just a speculation. I'm just throwing out an idea. I'm not saying I even fully believe it. I'm just saying it. Maybe.
Just trying to hold you. Stephen said he will come and get me.
2 cats, 1 patio door? I mean,
This line, Stephen said he will come and get me, shows once again.
that was supposed to be like a 2 birds, 1 stone thing. I don't know if that landed.
She's on the phone to her mum, and Stephen, who's her mum's husband, has just said he's willing to come and get her. Now, what would make Stephen agree to drive the whole way across America? Well, not
Right. What? Right, not the whole way, but a decent amount. A decent amount. Like, and we know he's not fond of her. What would be that severe?
across America, but a long bloody way.
Maybe the getting kicked?
From Oklahoma to Wisconsin, which I believe is a 12-hour drive, something would need to happen to convince him that he needs to get in his car and drive all that way. Now, it is my opinion, and I think this is the case, that Amber fabricated this story about Emily lying about the nail marks to try and manipulate her mum and her stepdad by extension.
Truth be told, we don't know what Amber told her mom. We don't know the full extent. It could have been much, much worse.
To come and collect her. And I think that that is why all of a sudden the story changes and she starts acting brand new and acting like she hasn't seen the nail marks before, because she is on the phone to her mum, sending her mum screenshots or reading out to her mum what Emily said, and she's trying to use that to convince her mum to come and get her.
You know, you're hurting. It's not going to go away in 2 days.
This story is fabricated to convince her mom that she is the victim. This story has been proven to be categorically untrue. Dun dun.
Like, it's not going to go away in 2 days. It's just not. So every time I'd go to express myself, we'd start arguing, and then it would turn into this big old thing, so we're arguing again.
Notice how she says, express myself? Yeah.
She ends up leaving the house again. That's what she does. And she ends
It's her
up
right. It's her right.
sending... Oh my god, you guys are never going to believe it.
That's the thing. Amber doesn't get to choose how people react to stressful situations. As long as they are not deliberately causing harm to you, you really kind of can't judge someone. Could maybe, like, help them if they're open to it, but we've seen with Amber. Can bring a horse to water.
She ends up sending me a picture of her arm with these...
The way that she, like, looks at the camera, like, ugh.
marks that are, like, so, like, deep. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Well, Miss Amber, you claim... Oh my god, that face. You claim that you have blacked out moments before. Maybe you blacked out and you caused an assault on your then girlfriend. What would that make you? An abuser?
I'm like, well, I'm literally on the phone with my mom, bawling. And I'm sending my mom these screenshots because Emily's in the car and we're, like, going at it in the messages.
So wait, you sent your mom the screenshot that proved you were lying about her changing outfits and days and whatnot? Okay. I hope Mama Lynn picked up on that. Listen, the only reason I didn't see it is because it's too small on my freaking screen. I couldn't even see it when she blew up the image of it.
And I'm like, Mom, I think Emily just faked nail marks.
You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy.
My mom's like, what are you talking about? Show me. I ended up sending my mom the original from the night where I grabbed her when she was falling, the original message, the original picture in a message where Emily's wearing a short sleeve shirt and you see nothing.
Shit.
See nothing. Emily literally faked nail marks in a different shirt on a different day, took the picture as if it was the same fucking day.
She's scary. She is scary, dude. Actually fucking terrifying. Oh my god, Amber. Please, dude, get fucking help. Please get help before something really terrible either happens to you or someone else. Honestly. Because if Amber's body doesn't kick out on itself before then, that's the only place I see her going. Is just down a path of depravity. I mean, it's all she knows.
And I showed my mom, and my mom said, Amberlynn, Emily is crazy.
And again, fascinating. She said, Emily, I know I didn't do that because the whole time last night I was just trying to hold you. Once again, we're back to the...
Well, still, that could have still been an unintentional. Well, not that that necessarily excuses, because that's hard. You gotta be really digging in. So it's like you were trying to hold her, but digging your nails in. I mean, I guess technically you could say that's holding. The fuck?
I was just trying to hold you narrative. But she's also claimed she tripped over, hurt her ankle, and tried to grab Emily on the way down, or hold...
Right, but now it's, oh, I was holding you so softly and sweetly, my love, my dear love.
Emily on the way down. So were you trying to hold her, or were you falling? It doesn't make any sense. Emily says, Amberlynn, you admitted to me that you did and said how terrible you felt. Now suddenly you didn't do it? And Amber says, not like that, Emily, not like that. Now this repetition, we all know, at least it's my opinion, Amber repeats when she's lying. She puts it again and again and again. She repeats and repeats because she's trying to convince you. So she's admitting then that it did happen, but not like that.
Ooh, interesting about the mention of groceries.
And again, like Emily says, it's unbelievable. Then she says, or body slamming me to the floor and then saying it was you tripping on the blanket and then it was the rug. Amber, who is being called on her shit because she's just said I was trying to hold you, and Emily saying, but you said you tripped on the rug. Amber has no response because she's lying, and she just puts, wow, which... I mean, great defense. Emily puts, I thought I knew you. Amber says, I didn't fucking body slam you. I'm a 500-pound, morbidly obese woman who can't even carry in groceries, Emily. What the fuck? For a start, that's very interesting. Amber admitting here that she can't carry groceries. That's a whole conversation in and of itself, but we really don't have time to get into all of that. And
I mean, we're here. We might as fucking well. We're covering everything else under the sun. That's no shade to Rachel. This is me. This is me coming in. Because she talks about it all the fucking time, about how able she is, and oh, I love bringing in all my groceries. Shut up.
again, just note for your records throughout this conversation where Amber is being accused of physical altercation with Emily, she does not once say back to Emily about her being kicked in the hernia or her being kicked off the sofa. She doesn't mention these stories. Even though I think if she had them, she would. I firmly think, and I'm pretty sure, that she created those stories later when she went live to try and play the victim. That's
1,000%. 1,000%. She needed time to think up something.
my opinion. She says, you know how strong you are, and now you're just all of a sudden weak. And this pisses me off because Emily's not saying she's weak. She's saying that a 500-pound woman fell on her. You can be as strong as you like. If 500 pounds falls on you, it's going to be uncomfortable and make you...
Uncomfortable? That's deadly.
down. And Emily says as much. She says, so if you use your momentum to swing £500 at me when I'm not expecting it, it wouldn't.
Because, like, also, that's dead weight. That's dead weight. She's going to fall like a sack of frickin', well, almost 1,000 pounds of bricks.
Cause me to fall because I'm stronger than you. I was trying to get out the door, which is the very same thing she's been saying this whole time, and I am boring myself. But, you know, we have seen evidence of this. Emily says, I was trying to get out the door. And Amber says it herself. When people are trying to get away from her, she wants to have a conversation. She admits to having a bad habit of following them around the house and trying to force the conversation. And Amber does a absolutely classic straw man here. Amber says, how the fuck do I swing £500 at you when I can barely move that quickly?
What? We've seen her gain momentum, please.
Making sense. Listen to yourself. I tripped and even said, fuck my ankle. So once again, she's tripped now.
So just because you said that doesn't mean anything. I'm sure you hurt yourself on the way down.
She's crazy. She changes it from she was trying to hold her to she tripped. It's whichever one she thinks is going to help the narrative. There's no ultimate truth. It's just whatever she has to say to manipulate whatever story she's trying to tell. Emily's story stayed the same the whole way. Emily says, then how did I end up on the floor and you didn't? Amber says, this can't be real. Emily says, you hurt me, both mentally and physically. Again, a reminder from Amber that she's on the phone to her mum, which I think is really important. They're literally begging me to come home and I'm still sticking up for you. Like,
oh, eye roll.
The fuck is wrong with me? Emily says, right, I totally believe you. Then
who cares? Who cares if she's, oh, I'm still defending. Who cares if she turned around and talked fucking shit to her mom in the middle of Oklahoma? No offense to Mama Lynn, but who fucking cares?
This screenshot from Amber. Now, this screenshot from Amber is very...
Sorry, y'all can probably tell I'm at my wit's end with this shit already, okay? Oh my god, not you, Rachel, once again. Great video. Everyone, again, go like, go subscribe, everything available. And comment.
Interesting. It shows that during this conversation, where the gaslighting from Amber is particularly bad, the denying of what she did is particularly bad, we can see proof that Amber is on the phone to her mum. Now, this just strengthens my theory, or it might be the reason I formed this theory, to be honest, I can't remember, that the reason Amber is gaslighting Emily so badly and trying to sell this faked nail marks story so badly, which she later tried to sell to us, I think she was trying to sell that story to her mum as well, which is why she said all of this stuff and gaslit Emily so badly, because she wanted to sell the story to her mum that she was being abused by Emily so that her mum would come and get her, because she has no one else, no one else to drive her home. She can't drive home, she can't fly, she can't rent a car to get herself.
Anything Amber Lynn does, ew, I just called her the name. I used the word. Ew. Anything Amber does is a fucking manipulation.
Her only hope is her mum coming to get her, and the only way she can manipulate her mum into coming to get her is if her mum thinks that she's in physical danger and that Emily is the perpetrator. And that is what I feel is happening in these screenshots, and that's just my opinion. Emily says, if you're sticking up for me, then why would they be begging you? Amber says, I'm being fucking serious, Emily. Stephen told me he will come and get me, and I keep saying how I love you and there's good moments. Emily said,
you sound crazy, Amber. You sound crazy to everyone in your life. They might not tell you that, but they are definitely thinking that. You're calling them to complain about this, but then still sticking up for her. Crazy.
What's the point of the screenshot? Did you mean to send that to me? And then Amber says yes, to prove I'm on the phone because I'm not lying, which is really funny. She's trying to prove she's on the phone. Of course she's on the phone. That's not hard to believe. She's always on the fucking phone. Emily says, I believe you're on the phone. I don't believe you're sticking up for me. You said there's good moments.
Oh, hold on. I'll let Rachel get to it, but this is important right here. This little bit.
Did you tell them you got physically aggressive with me last night and that's what led to this? Again, Emily just keeps saying the same thing. And Amber says, that's not what led to this.
So no, she's not telling them that. Period. Nope. Because Amber does not see that to be the case. So that means, nope, that did not happen. Even though that's what Emily says. Nope.
That is very powerful. Once again, another slip from Amber, another moment where Amber shows, oh, it did happen. Emily says, did you tell them you got physically aggressive with me and that's what led to this? And instead of saying, I didn't get physically aggressive with you, Amber says, that's not what led to this, which shows that she's basically accidentally admitting that she did get physically violent with Emily. And she says it's like you're trying to build a case. And I think that is so fascinating. I think that is real classic projection.
Wait, trying to build a case? Dog, she wants you to answer for physically assaulting her. Is that building a case? But you constantly hounding someone all through the night while they are trying to sleep before work, that's not building a case. Okay, you're a fucking lunatic. I hate her. Thank you, Rachel, for reaffirming me.
Is the one who is trying to build a case so that she can get her mum to come and get her. She knows.
Okay, and also, thank you. A lot of time has passed since before I started this video, okay? A long time. Y'all told me, so thank you, that Rachel was given this information around the same time Snowflake got his, but she just happened to go on vacation. I hear you, gal, I hear you. What a boatload of info to sit on. Oh, I would have been planning, like, and maybe she did use some of that time to actually plan this video out, because it's so well done.
Welcome. She knows she's got no other way to get home, so she's the one who's trying to build a case, and we've seen her attempting to build it this whole time.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah. Building a fake, false case.
She's just
on Emily,
projecting that onto Emily and trying to make out that Emily's the one who's doing it. She says, you're genuinely scaring me, I don't recognize you, but I'm telling them
who'd she call a bitch?
About me, but also that I fucking love you and I know you have PTSD. And
yeah, so that's why you're saying you have it.
And it was until I saw that you did the exact same thing to someone else, made me realize that this will happen again.
I think Amber's talking about Casey. I do. Because that's the only, like, video that Emily mentioned that we see of, I believe.
Fascinating. Emily is staying with the courage of her convictions. She says, this happened to me. I've seen Casey claim it happened to him as well. This is a pattern. It's not the first time you've done this. And Emily's saying to Amber, it's going to happen again. She's had enough. Amber says, wow, you believe that, bitch? I'm not going to get into a huge spiel about my opinion on bitch as a gendered insult.
I use it gender neutrally, but we know Amber is not that. We know she's not that. That was a very specific choice of words.
Argue that bitch is kind of a gendered insult, and calling a trans man a bitch doesn't sit nicely with me.
But I also hear the, like, listen, I'm not saying that, like, it's not gendered. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, it falls in the same kind of, like, lingo sphere as, like, dude, which is, like, obviously gendered. Obviously, there are connotations to these words. But, yeah, it also depends on the crowd, you know? It depends on the crowd.
Imagine if I said that about your exes, you'd fucking flip. Emily says, the bad about both of us. Right, you can't even admit that you hurt me when you admitted it last night, and you say you believed Megan literally last night. Amber says, no, I didn't, holy shit. I just said you pushed Megan, didn't you, out of anger. I admitted that. Emily says it's just a strange coincidence that he said you grabbed her. Well, she said you grabbed her the exact...
Yeah, I don't like that Emily is now jumping in on that.
where you grabbed me last night. Now that is Emily misgendering Casey. Emily's using she pronouns for Casey there, which is not okay. Amber says, ... I can't do this. There's so much comparing I can make too, but I don't because I love you. Emily says, you can't do this because you know I'm right. Now, this is Emily saying, I'm making this comparison of you digging your nails into me just like you dug your nails into your ex. And Amber, instead of saying, I didn't dig my nails into either of you, what the hell's going on here? She says, there's so much comparing I could do too.
Oh, yeah, go figure.
She's awful.
But I don't! Girl, bye. Shut up.
She says, I feel like I'm talking to someone in a delusional state and it scares me. How would you feel if I believed what they say about you? Now, this is just gaslighting again. I think it's gaslighting again.
I think it's also Amber able to recognize her own... I don't even think it's delusion because I can sense that Amber knows what the reality of the situation is. She knows what she did. This is just manipulation, and it's just... So her, like, she knows that she's being delusional. She knows, or she knows that that's how it will seem. So she's going to gaslight Emily into making her think that she is the one that's actually delusional and crazy, which is very not okay to do to someone else with mental health issues. That's severely not okay. Like, it almost makes me question a little bit, like, because her and her brother were kept together for a long time, and now he's in prison with schizophrenia. If I was around Amber my entire childhood, and then she was the only constant kind of thing that I really knew from my real, like, you know, original life. I don't know how to say it properly. I'm sorry. Like, that's your anchor. And she's this manipulative, this gaslighting. And I don't, listen, hey, this is me also saying, like, oh, Amber was a master back then, too. No, I bet she wasn't. But,
Clear, Amber dug her nails into Emily. So by saying that Emily's in a delusional state, by telling Amber exactly what Amber fucking did to her, that is so, like, A1 gaslighting. And Emily sees it. How is it delusional? You admitted you grabbed me
see, I think it's almost scarier that she can't even recognize it. Or she does recognize it. She knows what the real reality of the situation is, but she refuses. That's scary. That's really scary, you know? I could kind of feel bad for someone that's just, like, truly not there. Amber shown she's there. She's there. Just, well, maybe not fully. But, like, she knows what the situation is. And she knows what she has to do to try to get out of it. She's just scrambling because her usual tricks aren't working.
Right now, today, you're denying it. And, aha, Amber says, grabbed, yes. I wanted to hold you. I didn't dig my nails into you. And Emily puts, yes, you did. It hurt. Finally, Amber has admitted that she did grab. So simple, so plain, but it's exactly her version of events. You grabbed me. It hurt. That's her entire complaint in one sentence.
And it was literally worth, like, 80 plus fucking screenshots of text to get to that. Literally to pull teeth. To just admit, yes, I grabbed you. And I'm sorry that it hurt. Crazy. Although I don't think that's just the blanket of it. You know, I think she dug her nails into her.
We're coming up now to the rarity messages and such, so just bear in mind that this is the conversation, this is the state of things, this is the state of play that is occurring between Amber and Emily before Rarity goes missing. You can see Emily is taking no shit, She's done with Amber. She keeps telling Amber over and over and over
Oh
again.
my god, I completely forgot we haven't even hit the rarity thing. Holy Christ. Oh my god, you guys.
Same argument, the same point, and Amber is running out of ways to deny it. Things are looking very, very bad for Amber here. It's fascinating to see the whole conversation knowing that this is the fight that culminated in Rarity getting out. Then Amber says, I would never do that to you on purpose, Emily. We can't keep going round in circles. So she did it by accident? Well, if you're holding someone and trying to comfort them, you don't dig your fucking nails into them.
Rachel, you can't do that. You can't do that to me, girl. It was really dry in Vermont this weekend. Oh, I'm still recovering.
Lee clearly doesn't think so either. She says, so it was an accident you dug your nails in? I don't understand. You're right. I will just keep going in circles because you can't admit to what you did. She isn't going round in circles. She's just saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Right. Amber's kind of the one going in circles, except she's off by like a foot each time. She just keeps going a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
To get Amber to admit what she did, and Amber won't. And Amber's flip-flopped and skirted around and changed her story and changed her mind. She's got angry. She's gone on the defense. She's been the victim. She's tried all these different tactics to get Emily to stop saying it, but Emily won't because she knows what happened to her and she's saying it directly, and it's what we've seen this entire time. Amber says, I didn't dig my nails into you. I will firmly stand by that. But she just said that didn't do it on purpose. That suggests that she did it by accident, and now she's saying she didn't do it at all. I didn't slam you into the ground either. I'll stand by that as well. I admitted that everything was fucked up last night. Everything was fucked up last night is such a passive way of taking no accountability. She doesn't say my behavior was fucked up, what I did was fucked up. She says everything that happened, everything was fucked up.
I think in Amber's mind, for her to say, I fucked up last night, means that all of the blame falls on her. Listen, I'm not even one of those people that really gives a fuck about blame. Like, it's kind of like a wishy-washy concept in my opinion. It really kind of doesn't matter. It really matters just how you resolve the situation. We see how Amber does that. But for some reason, like, that blame, I think for Amber, narcissists, whatever, in general, like, it's probably associated with, like, shame, too, but maybe it's just their ego won't let them feel it. I have no idea, God.
Which means nothing, but you still somehow just want to make me into this person that I'm not. I don't understand how or why this relationship has led to this, but it did. Steven's coming to get me at the weekend. You've officially lost me, the very thing you feared, the thing I feared. I will forever cherish our happy moments, so thank you for those. Now, this is so funny. Emily replies,
weird.
It's the weekend. So you're telling me you're going to be here for another week, making my life miserable?
No. Valid. I would be like, no, Amber, no. You need to make this happen. Like, now, okay? Now. You need out.
Amber's attempt in these messages is to make Emily feel bad. She's saying to her, it's finally happening. The thing that you feared, the thing you didn't want. She is desperate for Emily to say, you know what, you're right, I want you to stay. Don't go, stay with me. Emily doesn't want that. She's not playing ball. She isn't falling for the manipulation, and this is really, really, really important for the Rarity stuff. You can see from this screenshot here, Emily wants Amber to go. Amber's trying to convince Emily, you've lost me, the thing you feared, the thing I feared. I'll cherish our happy moments. Thank you for those. She's desperate for Emily to go, you know.
It's almost like... she's putting all of it onto Emily with that long, like, oh, thank you for the memories. Like, it's again reaffirming that, like, this is all Emily's doing, even though Amber now wants to say that she was oh so miserable. Doesn't fucking seem it, dog. You seem like a sad romantic. Like, not hopeless. No. Just so pitiful.
I
You
cherish
can't even call this romance. Ugh.
our special moments too. Let's try again. Emily doesn't. It's the weekend. So you're telling me you're going to be here for another week making my life miserable. This is where Emily is at. She wants Amber to go. She's firm on it.
I don't plan on making your life miserable, no. Well, I'm sure, Amber, but that's just who you are. Like, come on. Come on. She would have to be diabetic in the basement, locked downstairs.
Been firm on it this whole time. And I think Amber is realizing, I've tried everything. I've tried manipulating, I've tried lying, I've tried playing the victim, I've tried threatening that, I'm threatening to leave. She's tried pulling at the heartstrings. She's tried every single trick in the book, and it's not working, and Emily wants her gone. And this is Emily saying, not only she wants her gone now, and she can't stand the concept of Amber staying for another week. And
fair. Very fair. I'd be saying, well, then, you know what? You make a lot of fucking money on YouTube. You need to get out. I will drive you to a hotel. But you gotta stay somewhere else until they come and get you. I'm being so dead ass. I am a no games person when it comes to my boundaries, my spaces. Absolutely not.
To remember, this is the mindset. This is where we're at. And
you all should too. You all should too. It's a self-respect thing.
That Rarity goes missing. Now, this just adds so much credibility to the theory that Amber let Rarity go on purpose. Amber says, I was honest with them and I told them that I didn't want to lose you. I told them that I love you more than I even love myself. She's trying to lay this lie that she loves Emily on a platter for Emily. She's desperate for Emily to say, don't worry about the fight. I love you too. Let's make...
I told them that I love you more than I even love myself. Girl, bye. Bye. You love a Big Mac more than you love yourself. Like, please.
Work. Emily's not having it.
I ain't gonna apologize for that one. I ain't.
I don't believe a word you're saying, to be honest, she says. Amber goes, which part? Everything I'm saying is real. 1,000% real. So hyperbolic, so dramatic.
Oh my
It's
God.
not only real, it's 1,000% real.
I had a full BPD cry meltdown. Sounds like a you problem.
She's trying so hard. And then again, victim. I had a full BPD cry meltdown on the phone to my mum and Stephen. It was embarrassing as fuck. It was 32 minutes long. We just hung up. And instead of saying, oh, I'm so sorry, I hope you feel better, or, man, I'm angry with you, but I'm sorry that you're feeling so shit, Emily doesn't. She says, I'm sure you said all sorts of lies about me.
Period. Yeah, you know she damn well did.
Doubt the part of you physically attacking me last night. Amber says, and the thing is, I've never lied to you, Emily. I didn't physically attack you. Even though in previous messages, she's alluded to the fact that she's allowing, she kind of acts...
You literally are lying right now. Oh my gosh. My brain is like...
He gives ground and says it wasn't like that. She's just flip-flopping like crazy. Emily says, you are literally lying right now. Amber says, what the hell is wrong with you? How am I lying right now? I didn't tell them lies. My mum even said, did you grab her? And I said, yes, I did. I'm not here to look like a saint because I'm not. I'm accountable in what went wrong. She hasn't been accountable. You've seen the messages. She hasn't been accountable this whole time. So now she's trying the accountability arc. She's trying everything. She really is, apart from admitting what she did and saying sorry. Emily says, I don't believe that for a second. Why would she even ask that? Amber says, because I told her that what you were messaging me. And then again, very interesting, very powerful, and a very, very powerful rejection of Amber here, which we know she hates, she can't stand. I don't want you sleeping in my bed. You slept all day, you can stay up all... This is just Emily...
Oh, I mean, fair. I'm clocking her. You slept all fucking day, so no.
Rejecting Amber. She's rejecting her from her space, their bed, which I assume, or Emily's bed, which I assume is a place you would imagine usually of intimacy and closeness. And Emily is doubling down even further. I don't want you in my bed. Can you imagine how Amber would take that? She can't stand
Yeah.
rejection. Amber says, I said how I felt, you were exaggerating, and that's what when she asked. Emily says, messaging me that I want you to admit you grabbed me. Amber says, I said they can get me this weekend, but if I change my mind, I'll let them know. That's how pathetic I am, because regardless of all of this, I'd still stay. And she's begging Emily to say, yeah, please stay, don't go. She's acting like a martyr kind of, or like a victim. She's saying, I just, regardless of all of this, I just want to stay. I'm so pathetic, desperate for Emily.
Rachel, Amber's not gonna like that. Uh-oh.
They are, I'm pathetic too. Please stay, just stay with me. And
I'm pathetic too.
not having it. I'm not exaggerating it. You're downplaying it, which is, again, a perfect characterization of her entire point this whole time. You did something, you won't admit it. Please admit it. And Amber won't. And then Amber says, should I leave? Like for real, 1,000% real. Stephen kept telling me I need to leave sooner, but my pathetic ass doesn't want to lose you. Then she sends this chain of messages like she always does, and we're getting really close now to the Rarity thing. Really, really, really close. This is where Amber's mind is at. She's sad. She says, I think of your smile. I think of your laugh. I think of the way you look at me. I think of your hands. I think of us cuddling. I think of our goofiness. I think of our pets. I think of the way your heart beats. My God, the list can go on. I think of all those things, and all I want to do is stay. All she wants to do is stay. She is desperate to be asked to stay. She's tried everything she can. Please, can I stay? She's begging Emily to let her stay. And Emily replies, why don't you leave sooner? So interesting. This is what was going on. This is the conversation that was happening before Rarity went missing. Amber says, because I want to leave right. I need to clean up the messes I've made and pack accordingly, and I love you. Every second more with you is something I desire. That might make me insane, but I can't help how much I love you. And Emily says, you don't think of those things when you're screaming in my face for taking too much time for myself, brackets, 50 minutes to myself. Amber says, you're right, because I have BPD.
Brother, that would make me pull my fucking hair out. Oh my God. No. No.
The BPD excuse strikes again, as it always does, and the manipulation from Amber is not working. Emily just comes back. You don't think of that stuff when you're screaming in my face. And Amber says, you're right. Not only does she excuse the screaming in Emily's face on BPD, which is bad enough in itself, she admits that she does scream in Emily's face.
I believe it. I believe it. We've seen how Amber likes to intimidate people with her size. She'll get right in your fucking face, and I'm sure, like, spit flying. Ugh. George.
If screaming in somebody's face is I think.
I love how BPD face screaming is a section. That's a chapter. Work.
And then again, the classic Amber Lynn. It's not me. It's my brain. It's my BPD. My brain won't let me think of those things. I hate my brain. So Emily's going, why do you scream in my face? Why don't you think of those things, those nice things that she's listed off here, when you're screaming in my face? And Amber says, my brain won't let me think of those things.
Eye roll. Not an excuse. It just isn't. It isn't. Sorry. You can train a dog, okay? You can train yourself.
Hate my brain. Your brain doesn't...
Not to say that a dog is lesser than Amber. Alright? Obviously not. Obviously not, okay? Even the dumbest dog is better than Amber on most days.
Anything to do with it? Well, it does, because it controls everything you do.
I don't even want to say dumb. God. Okay, let's just ignore that. Erase the dogs. Not like that. Oh my fuck. I need sleep.
But if you're screaming in somebody's face, that is your behaviour. That is your fucking fault. And if that person then says, I don't want to be with you, you scream in my fucking face, it's your fault. Amber says, I hate my brain. I have this illness, but I think she means I hate this illness. It has absolutely ruined me. She's claiming.
Okay. So go somewhere. Get some help, girl. Eye roll. I'm so tired of saying it too.
BPD has absolutely ruined her. What has she done to sort out her BPD? Nothing. And Emily spits some bars here, if we're honest. You can't blame your shitty behaviour on BPD. I think that's why you don't want counselling, because you know that's what they're going to tell you. The same thing that many people
Period.
Oh.
Period.
have been saying this whole time, and that's why she doesn't want counselling. And I think that's absolutely true. Amber says, I strongly regret those moments. You're right, it's scary. It's scary. Not I'm scary, not my behaviour is scary. It's scary. That thing over there, it's scary. Not me, Emily says, yet you continue to do them. Amber says, I want therapy so bad at the same time. Emily says, having to take accountability isn't something you're willing to do, and that's why you're not getting therapy, period. Amber says it'd be worth it. I want to take more accountability. I'm willing and ready, and it's just scary, that's all. I mean, that's her admitting. She doesn't say, you're wrong. I do want to get therapy. I am willing to take accountability.
Okay.
I mean, she does say, I want to take more accountability, and she is willing. So, to be fair to her, she does say that, but she says it's
Okay, but Amber says a lot.
scary, and I don't know, she's not trying. It's very, very weird. Now, we're getting there. We're getting really close to Rarity going. This is really important. This is where we are. Emily says, yet you can't even admit that you physically hurt me last night. Grabbing and squeezing isn't a fucking accident. Start taking accountability there. We know Amber lied about the whole interaction.
I mean, very that, yeah. I want to take more accountability. Okay, so start. So start.
Had a flip-floppy bullshit.
Because I would say, I don't think Emily is done. Because she wasn't. She wasn't done after this. So, if Amber just learned how to actually take accountability, this whole thing wouldn't have even happened. Yeah, things would probably be weird for a bit. You got some work to do, girl. But, like, you can get back to normal.
This entire time.
I mean, I don't... not with Amber. Not with Amber. Not with anyone, really. If anyone lays their hands on you, leave. Leave the first time, okay? So, I don't know. Maybe that just negates the advice I just gave. I'm tired, once again.
She has a stream of exes, many of which claim to have been abused, some of which claim to have been abused physically. And what does Amber say? Emily, from the bottom of my heart, I don't remember squeezing you.
There it goes. There it goes. When all else fails, it becomes, I just simply don't remember. Oh, I just simply can't even remember. Oh, must have blacked out.
Remember grabbing you to hold you and calm you down. That's got nothing to do with her falling. So where's the tripping? Where's the tripping over in that screenshot? Absolutely mental. And once again, another new defense. Now it's that she doesn't remember. It's not that she didn't squeeze Emily. It's not that it was just a scratch. It's not that she was holding her. It's not that she was grabbing her. It's that she doesn't remember. It could have happened, but she doesn't remember.
Oh, I wish Emily had said this sooner. The whole, I remember grabbing you to hold you and calm you down. You were screaming in my face. That shit's funny. Not that it happened. But that response.
Crazy scenes. The plot just changes. The story changes. It's so obvious who is lying here. It is so obvious. Emily says, how can you not? Amber says, if I squeezed you and hurt you, I'm sorry. It's giving, if you feel hurt, I'm sorry. If you think that that's what happened to you, I'm sorry. Oh my God, narcissism, Darvo, welcome to the conversation. Crazy. Emily says, you were screaming in my face, not calming me down. Amber says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry more than you know. What do we do going from here? I think she...
Listen, honestly, at this point, the fact that it took this much for her to finally just say, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna continue a conversation after that. Listen, I hear you. Thank you for finally fucking saying it. I don't think you're, fully capable of saying what you're sorry for. So we're gonna end this here. Go get a hotel.
Like, from here, what do we do? Now, this is it.
Should've left her in fucking Chicago. Are you kidding me?
21, we're really close. We're really close to Rarity going missing. You have to be like this. You have to be pedantic. You have to make the point clinically, painfully so sometimes, because Amber will flip-flop and flip around and try and get out of it.
And then imagine, hold on, imagine all this going down. Emily still brought you to the Billie Eilish concert, all this. Okay. Way more than I would have done. But imagine having to have the camera put in your face still and, like, pretending to be just a happy couple. Like, sorry, babe. Yeah, I'm such a sad, pathetic fuck. You have to lie to my audience that we're still together. God, dude. She's pathetic.
You have to hold her feet to the fire, and you have to do it, and you have to do it exactly the way Emily is doing it here, exactly like this, and she will give ground. She will admit, by accident, but she will. This is the closest thing we get to an admission. So Amber is saying, if I grabbed you, I'm sorry. I don't remember it. If I did grab you, I was doing it to hold you and calm you down. If I squeezed and hurt you, I'm sorry. Emily says, you were screaming in my face, not calming me down. So effectively, what you just said, you only grabbed me to hold me and calm me down. That's not true. You were screaming in my face, not calming me down. And Amber says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry more than you know. But no admission, no specific admission, just...
But no denial either. And I think that speaks volumes with Amber.
Okay, you've said it, and I'm sorry. But that's not good enough. That's not an admission of what...
No, 1,000%, no. But by her not denying it, it's her admitting.
This is really fascinating now. She then says, I no longer wonder how I'm getting back to Oklahoma, because we know that they're willing to come and get me this weekend unless I change my mind. It's more so, do we actually want to break up, or can we overcome this? Amber's trying again. She's trying a new tact. She's saying, okay,
And I guarantee you, well, hold on. Maybe it's actually been Amber this whole time that has been initiating the reoccurring relationship with Emily. I mean, Emily gives into it, so yeah, that's on you, dog. But I mean, we know how Amber is. We know. So that desperation mixed with what I still perceive as Emily's fuckboyness, yeah, that's a dangerous mix.
I'm almost admitting what I did, but can we work on this? Can we overcome it? Can we sort it out? Emily says, screenshot number 22, there is no overcoming this. You'll be nice to me for a week, then it's going to go back to what you've been to how you've been treating me. I'm sure you'll clean like you have this whole time. You've been here, i.e. not at all. Leave me with ruined brand new carpeting and ruined rugs and a broken soul. More evidence about the floors and, you know, the floors being damaged, which is exactly what Emily claimed in her interview with Snowflake. And again, it's Amber again. Please don't act innocent in this. You've been awful to me too. We both have. We've both also apologized to one another. Yes, it does keep happening, but can we figure out how to stop it? This is the closest.
No, I don't think so.
I've said Amber gets to admitting what she did. She won't admit it in and of itself. She won't admit it as, listen, I did this, I admit I did this, I put my hands up. She'll say, don't act like you're innocent. You've done stuff as well. And in saying you've been awful as well, she's admitting that she's been awful. But that's not the same as taking accountability, although I think it's a very clever manipulation tactic that narcissists...
It's trying to share blame, which is pointless.
Will do to try and get you to think that they've taken accountability when they fucking haven't. But we're not going to fall for that in this house. And we're getting so close now. We're so close. Emily says, I've had moments where I snap on you. A person can only take so much, Amberlynn. This is Emily saying that she has snapped. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that is. We don't know.
Emily, release the video. Release the video. You're within your legal right. Release the video.
And a criticism Emily's faced is that she hasn't taken very much accountability. She hasn't admitted herself to any wrongdoing. Is that because she's basically a victim and hasn't done anything? More than likely she did do stuff. You know, they say it takes two to tango, but it's pretty clear that her point here is about this night, about this event.
Yes, but I think really what we're talking about here is the physical assault. That's the topic. So kind of it doesn't matter if Emily has been saying the worst of everything to you. Yeah, it's still abuse, and that's terrible. That does not excuse laying your hands. I mean...
physically harmed, and Amber won't admit it. So, you know, that accountability from Emily for whatever part she played could be stronger there, definitely. And a person can only take so much, Amber Lynn is... I mean, it's true. Is it a bit of a deflection? Yeah, maybe. And Amber says, I agree, so am I leaving? And then she goes, wait, I read that wrong. She can't be seen to be agreeing with Emily that a person can only take so much, so she corrects herself, wait, I read that wrong. And then she says, I also have moments where I snap on you. This whole conversation has culminated in all of this, all her manipulation tactics, which we've watched her attempt to carry out. She's tried everything. It hasn't worked. Emily's stuck to her guns. She's not having it. A person can only take so much, Amber Lynn. Amber says, so am I leaving? She needs to know, is she going or not? Do I stay or do I go now? And then she says, I haven't been able to find Rarity all day. I need help finding her, please. And then we go to the Mr. Snowflake screenshot. So this is where the conversation was given to Mr. Snowflake. So these are the very screenshots I put there, the and then SF for Snowflake, just to credit where I got them from. Hello, Editing Rachel here. When I filmed this video, I actually neglected to mention, I actually completely forgot about a couple of extra screenshots I was given by Emily, which kind of slot into the ones that Mr. Snowflake gave us. Emily sent Mr. Snowflake 3 screenshots.
Now this, I do find it weird, sending certain specific tidbits of information to one, and then a whole smorgasbord to the other, right? I don't know.
They're these ones on the screen here, and I've got a few that fit in between them. Ever since I watched...
Maybe she was getting a little flirty with Rachel, like, here you go, mama. Sorry.
video and saw that there was a 20-minute gap between these screenshots he showed, I was like, what happened in those 20 minutes? Well, now we know, or at least we know some of it. I've got a couple of extra screenshots from Emily, which are within these 3. So you'll see I've labeled them like 24.1, 24.2, etc. And they also carry on after the Mr. Snowflake screenshots as well, which is quite helpful. So I'm going to kind of bat back and forth between me editing Rachel and narrating Rachel to kind of piece together what we can get from these. And it's 10:06 p.m. and it's that night, the night that Rarity went missing. And here it is. I haven't been able to find Rarity all day. I need help finding her, please. I've been calling her name and looking everywhere all day. And Emily says, I'm afraid to come home, to be honest. There's so much to say. So we've watched the whole conversation. We've gone the whole way through the day. This is the context. Amber's tried everything she can. She's thrown her toys out the pram. She's done everything she can possibly fucking think of to try and get this woman, Emily, to let...
Well, not everything.
To change her mind, to give ground, to show any kind of love, emotion.
How much you want to bet that Mama Lynn said no? How much you want to bet?
Any spark of a chance of letting Amber stay, there has been nothing. The one message Emily has said this whole time is, you physically harmed me, you need to go, a person can only take so much. All Amber's manipulation hasn't worked, and then all of a sudden, Rarity's gone. She can't find Rarity. It does not look good at all. Even more interestingly, which we now have more context to, Emily says, I'm afraid to come home, to be honest. Now, a person being scared to come home to their own house is really, really telling. The fact that...
yeah. Very.
She is missing and gone is then immediately followed by a second message, which says, I need help finding her, which basically means, please come home. So Rarity is missing, please come home. She thinks that Rarity being missing will make Emily come home. And what does she want? She wants Emily to come home so she can try her manipulation tactics in person. And then, of course, there's the telling sentence that we've all seen already. The proof is in the pudding, right? Emily says, I'm afraid to come home. At her big age, to her home that she owns, she's afraid to come home. Instead of saying, what are you on about? Why are you afraid to come home? She does the same thing that we've seen her do throughout this conversation, where Emily will make a telling statement.
Also, I would just like to say, sorry. Don't be afraid. When has someone in the history of ever said that to someone else and that person did not have a valid reason to be afraid. Be so freaking for real. I would be even more terrified getting this message. Like, honestly, might have gone and filed a police report. Might have. Be like, oh yeah, I'll be home in a little bit. With the sheriff. No.
Instead of refuting the statement and saying, what are you on about? Why are you afraid?
Which that needs to happen. That needs to happen to Amber. She needs to start being arrested for domestic violence. She needs charges.
I'm home, or what you just said isn't true. She kind of accidentally admits that whatever Emily's saying is true by sort of saying a line that kind of goes along with it. Instead of saying, what are you on about? Why are you afraid? I'm not going to do shit to you. I never have. She says, don't be afraid. I'm not going to cause you any stress. You can come home and go into the bedroom. I'll stay in the living room until you wake up for work. Now, with the context of all these messages, we know that the reason Amber said this is because Emily has already told her that she doesn't want Amber in her bed. Now we come to these in-between screenshots, so you can see the timestamp on this one is 10:14, and it carries on directly from the first one that Mr. Snowflake got, which is number 24. And it's quite interesting, actually, because you can see that these messages about Rarity, they were first sent at 10:06. Amber says, so am I leaving? And then if you go to screenshot 24.1, you can see that Emily doesn't reply until 10:14. They were sent in an 8-minute gap where Emily's not replying. Now, 8 minutes might sound like nothing, but I know in the mind of Amberlynn Reid, when she's desperately trying to
True.
to this person and is so insistent on finding out if she's staying or if she's going, I bet those 8 minutes felt like a really long time. And this is the beginning of even more class A manipulation from Amberlynn. So you can see she messages here, I'll even order you something to eat if you're hungry. I'm mentally exhausted. I know you are too. I don't want war. I just want peace. It'll be okay. This is her trying so hard to make amends. She can't bring herself to actually fucking apologize for what she's done, but she is able to identify that she wants peace, but she's not able to do the accountability taking that is required to actually manifest that peace. And you'll see why I say this is such bad manipulation in a second. We see Emily reply, I don't want to sleep by you all week, so what am I supposed to do? Amber replies, I'll sleep on the couch or the extra bed. You can have your bed. I don't want this to her any more than it already
You can have it. Sure, you can have yours.
does. I'm not here to cause you distress. I love you tremendously, and I wish you felt hopeful that we could fix this, but I understand. It almost sounds like she's starting to see where Emily's coming from, and she understands Emily's position. And Emily's position is
No, that's just pure manipulation.
very clear throughout all of these messages. You hurt me, please take accountability, please admit it. Amber has shown throughout these messages that she absolutely does not understand Emily's position. And then some more messages, which again, I feel is manipulation. Amber says, I really wanted to grow old with you. The way you looked at me, I wanted to see those eyes for the rest of my life. She's trying really hard to make Emily feel the emotions. She's trying to pull at the heartstrings. She's trying to trigger happy memories for Emily. She's trying to get Emily on her page. And it's not fucking working. Emily said...
Which, good on Emily. I will say that. Good on her for standing her ground with that.
You don't love me, Amber.
I don't agree on a lot of things about Emily. Or, whatever. But, good on her for that.
This is a very interesting message from Emily.
Because I think this is also... Like, take notes, y'all. This is how you handle this type of person. So, yeah.
Really know how to take it, but I think it does show that whatever Amber is trying to do is not working. But Amber keeps trying. She says, I love you so much that I feel sick to my stomach right now. I wonder if that sickness that she alleges she's feeling to her stomach is not actually love for Emily. I wonder if that sickness that she seems to be feeling in her stomach is actually the sting of rejection. And we all know how Amber handles rejection. Not well.
Someone with BP.
Oh, she doesn't even take it. She doesn't accept rejection. She will keep harassing, essentially.
Like, we have a fear of rejection, hardcore. And when people don't believe me, when it's something like serious
Her eyebrows look so fucking weird in this video, right?
that I've talked about, Emily literally
And crazy, the weight difference. Holy fuck.
fakes nail marks.
You know what, Emily? If you're gonna keep messing with her, even as just like your fuckboy ways, you know what? Do your worst. Sorry. No.
Sure, Dan.
For me, it feels like rejection.
She keeps trying what I wish we were doing, in bed, laughing, eating dinner,
Yeah.
feeling happy and at ease, watching a show. You have no idea
Eating dinner in bed? Ew.
how much I miss you and regret everything. This message saying that she regrets everything, again, is so telling because she doesn't fucking admit what she regrets. She's all willing to say she regrets everything, but she hasn't at any point during this conversation specified what it is exactly that she regrets. And then she says, "Can I prove to you that I love you? Let me prove it to you. Come home, go upstairs. I'll give you a melatonin. I'll fix the bed. I'll tuck you in. I'll kiss your forehead goodnight. I'll turn
Ew. Why she sounds so fucking creepy? Oh,
off,
she is.
and I'll let you sleep alone
She is freaking creepy, so...
so you can get a restful night's sleep. I
Yeah,
want to
okay.
love you. I can't help it." What she doesn't realise is that this line here where she says, "I'll turn the lights off, I'll let you sleep alone so you can get a restful night's sleep." What she's actually done there is admitted that in order to have a restful night's sleep, Emily would need Amber to not be there, which corroborates exactly with what Emily claimed in her interview with Snowflake. When she spoke to Snowflake, she claimed that Amber would keep her up all night, and you're about to see that she claims that again in a second.
And, I mean, if Amber's not sleeping, so Amber's just sitting on her phone all night, but she has to be in the same room with you at any given moment. So that means, yeah, she's going to want to lay there next to you while you're sleeping, but she has no intent of sleeping. So I'd be like, so get out of the fucking room then.
Guys, if you didn't hurt me on purpose, why would you regret it? Get real. I regret anything I've done that has hurt you.
Something tells me she just wants to lay there and stare at people while they sleep. She's a psycho.
Takes no accountability. Anything I've done, it could be anything, whatever you think of. If it hurt you, I'm sorry. That is a cop-out of an apology. That is not an apology. And then, oh my god, Princess is out. And I've always read this line and thought, this is weird. I reckon
Right?
Amber considered putting Princess out as well. She's throwing everything at this. I reckon that she was like teasing, saying that Princess was out, thinking that maybe if Emily's cat was out, maybe Emily would come home. And then there's some quiet. Emily doesn't reply. And then Amber says, "Emily, can I ask you something?" Emily says, "What?" Amber says, "Can I have another chance?" Emily says, "No." Amber says, "So you want me to pack my bags and leave?" Emily says, "Yes." The manipulation doesn't seem to be working on Emily. She wants Amber to go. You know, firm, yes. And it's absolutely no surprise that Emily wanted Amber out. Look at these messages which come at some point after the ones I've shown. I know there's a little gap and I don't know exactly how much time passes, but boy do these messages make Amber look like anything but a perfect house guest. I'll pop them on the screen here and just highlight a few points. In this first one, you can see that although in the previous few screenshots, Amber is being all sweet and loving to Emily and trying to get her to let her stay and make Emily forgive her, all it takes is for Emily to tell Amber once again what she did to her, and Amber does a total 180. This is why I said it was manipulative when Amber was being all sweet just a few messages earlier, because despite apologising, although it isn't clear what Amber is apologising for, all it takes is for Emily to mention Amber's behaviour again, behaviour which Amber has admitted to, by the way, although not on purpose. That is all it takes for Amber to switch back. In this screenshot here, you can see Amber say, "Yeah, this conversation is not going how I wanted it to go at all. Forget it. Take me home. I'm done."
You're crazy. You're crazy. Oh my god. Judge, lock her up. The fuck?
An agenda. The only reason she was apologising was because she wanted something from this conversation. And that makes
Exactly.
perfect sense because as
And now, as soon as she realizes she's not going to get what she wants, fuck you, I'm done.
this entire video, all of her apologies are vague.
And listen, forget it, take me home. I'd say, bitch, you better be booking multiple seats. Book a whole row for yourself. I ain't taking you anywhere.
Fake and they're empty. They don't
Matter of fact, Sheriff, get her out.
say what she's actually sorry for. Her apologies are empty and manipulative, and when they don't achieve their end, she just kicks off again and changes her mind. If we look at
But, mind you, I don't think Amber uses all her cards at once. Obviously not. I think she's a little smarter than that. If Emily had threatened, "No, you cannot stay for this extended period of time," I will help you, but you need to stay somewhere else. You cannot stay here. Amber would have pulled a squatter's rights. 1,000%. I said it as soon as she said, I had my Amazon delivered here. I said, Emily, you're fucked. You're fucked, dog. As soon as she gets anything mailed with her name and that address to her, after a 3-week period, it might be shorter or longer, depending on the state, then she's gotcha. I almost fucking guarantee it. Because her mom pulled that as well. So you know, Amber took notes.
Next screenshot, we can see Amber mentioning that she was betrayed by Emily, and we can see from Emily's response that this does appear to be true. Emily says, I get that what I did hurt you, but that did not give you the right to say those things about me. Now I know how you really feel about me. Now,
I mean, period.
I've got no...
Oh, Lord. Bitch. Dog. Here we were thinking, oh, Amber dodged a bullet. No. Honestly. Amber, I think, will always be the worst person in every relationship that she's in. Every single time. I don't think she'll ever meet her match, because this is next fucking level.
What Emily did, but it's clear that she did something. She admits it here. I get that what I did hurt you. Amber claims that what Emily did was betray her in some kind of way.
Like I even said in my live stream, I crashed out bad. When she would betray me or hide things from me, and I would find out, she would stonewall me so hard, which...
Also, mind you, betray Amber means talking about Amber's abuse to other people.
Then would trigger me even harder.
Amber says that it was something to do with seeing women on Tumblr. I think it's the cheating related scandal, and that makes sense because Amber says underneath this, oh Lord, now I know how you really feel about me. You don't care or love me enough to stay loyal, and you have wandering eyes and you lie. So
you have wandering eyes. Quit it with the biblical shit.
clearly, it seems that what Amber said about Emily betraying her in some way is absolutely true, and I would be very curious to know what this betrayal was. That actually is one thing that does align with Amber's live. Amber claims that her behaviour was because of some kind of betrayal from Emily. Now, blaming her bad behaviour on this isn't fair, but it does seem that there was some kind of betrayal from Emily. And then when we flick over to screenshot number 29, and this is the last one, this is really, really bad. It's clear, as we've established, that Emily has done something, and Amber says in these messages, "We were so happy, Emily, you have no excuse at all. It doesn't matter how I handled my pain, you created it." And
no.
He says it does matter, actually. Now, this is very reminiscent of clips from Amber's live, where she says the famous line,
"My pain turned me into a monster because of what you did."
And again, it's very clear that Emily has done something. And it's hard to know what to say about that because I don't know what it was, but Emily admits it, so she's obviously betrayed Amber in some kind of way. However, I personally still don't think that it's fair for Amber to say this. It doesn't matter how I handled my pain, you created it. That is absolutely, objectively not true. And we see Emily saying that it does matter, and I think it does matter. What Emily did to betray Amber while they were in a relationship matters also, and it is completely unacceptable to say that...
Yeah, but Amber also decided to stay. Right? So, yeah, it might feed into, like, Amber's distrust, why she's upset and whatnot. That doesn't excuse any of the abuse. Any of it. I'm not, like, arguing with Rachel here. I'm just saying.
Somebody hurting you gives you an excuse to behave however you want. We see Amber say, "You're making yourself the victim. I'm so done with this. You aren't the victim, Emily." Obviously,
well, neither are you.
Amber is a victim of something because Emily seems to have done something to her. And at the same time, I think it's exceedingly clear from all of these messages that Emily is a victim of Amber's. And the thing is, and one of the main reasons I think this video did need to be made, is that this story corroborates and validates the story of Amber's other victims. We see these capital letters, we see this kicking off. Amber thinks that her behaviour is justifiable and it's fucking not. And we can see, just from how Amber reacts here, even more so why Emily was so desperate to get this fully grown, abusive fucking toddler out of her house.
Ooh, period, Rachel. Eat her up.
The manipulation that we've seen in these messages is Amber trying to gaslight Emily and trying to get Emily to believe that she wasn't harmed by Amber when she was, and trying desperately to get Emily to let Amber stay in her house despite Emily clearly wanting Amber to leave.
Right.
But we know that following this conversation, Amber didn't leave. She didn't leave for ages.
Right.
She stayed and
For like an extra month.
stayed. Emily is a person who is clearly has the courage.
Can you just imagine? You're already at your wit's end and now she stays for like another month and a half. Or maybe it wasn't that long. No, it was like 3 weeks. Still, an extra day would be hell.
her convictions. She
And
wants
you still brought her to the concert, brother. I would have brought her there, got her out of the car, brought her up to the gate, made sure they scanned her ticket, and then said, all right, have fun. Find a ride. I'm heading home.
Amber to go. She wants Amber out of her fucking house. But as we all know,
It was a lengthy stay that became lengthier because we loved being around each other, which
So, blatant lie. Blatant lie. Holy Christ. Anything that comes out of her mouth, you guys, I'm telling you, we need to be way more speculative.
became lengthier once Rarity
Okay, if she comes out in a video and says, you guys, the sky is like blue, I'm gonna have to go out and fucking double check. I really am. With this girl, I really am.
missing.
Amber ends up staying for another 3 weeks after this. So Rarity getting out directly caused Amber to stay. I will be
Which is exactly what Amber wanted. And we know Amber will do anything to get what she wants.
very interested to see what everybody else makes of these screenshots. I know this video is crazy long, but I think
Oh, girl, I think I got you beat there.
when it comes to something as serious as this, it really needs the
Yes.
time to go over,
The time and someone well-rounded enough, maybe? I don't know. But Rachel, you were the perfect person to do this video, truly. Like I said, if it wasn't Snowflake, then you. This just... chef's kiss. Exceptional work.
I could have cherry-picked screenshots and shown a few bits to try and prove different individual points, but I actually think that
No, I really appreciate we got the full picture of just this conversation too, mind you. We don't have the full picture of everything still, but it gives I think a clearer intent on Amber's part.
start to finish, the whole way through the conversation, the whole way through the night, with all the context and everything, it really helps us to understand what was really going on this night when this poor cat went missing and when Emily was physically harmed by Amber, and then also to disprove the lies that Amber later goes on to claim to do with Emily, faking the nail marks when she didn't. There's one final addition here. It's this screenshot here, which is from the
Oh my god.
of Feb 2025. Now, when I first got given this screenshot by Emily, it didn't have a date, and I had no idea when it was from, but I was pretty fucking certain that it came from before Amber Lynn made this.
Ooh, Amber. Amber. Making threats. Again. Listen, nothing legally could come of it, but reports should be made.
the one where she initially kicked off after Mr. Snowflake teased but hadn't actually posted his video, the one where she makes the initial claims against Emily, and the one where she completely changes and, again, lies about her Rarity going missing story. But it actually turns out that this isn't from then. This is from February 21st, 2025, so a good while after Emily dropped Amber back to Oklahoma. She'd been home for a couple of months at this point. Amber types, "This is the last time I'm going to allow you to betray me. If you don't call me, everything will be fucking revealed, Emily. Everything. I need an explanation on why the fuck you'd do this to me. Absolute betrayal. I knew you were lying to me from the beginning, but what you did confirmed it for me. Now, I've got no idea what this betrayal was. I went back to Amber's video."
See? And we knew it. We knew it. We've been saying it since Beck era. Amber uses her platform and uses her own YouTube as a device to threaten people. She shouldn't have a platform.
Around this time, and there's nothing obvious happening. There isn't a live stream. It seems like Amber didn't go live and say anything about Emily. But the key here is that she threatens to. She says, "I'm about to go live and freak the fuck out. How could you? If you don't call me the second you wake up to speak about this, I'm literally going to ruin your life, just like you ruined mine, publicly and privately. I'm going live. How the fuck could you do that to me?" And you can see that Emily hasn't rung Amber. Clearly, she doesn't want to speak to her, but Amber has no respect for other people's wishes because says, "If you don't call me the second you wake up to speak about this, if you don't call me, everything will be revealed, Emily." Like, my goodness, talk about fucking controlling, abusive behavior. But I do have to add, of course, the caveat, I don't know what Emily did.
Also, how did Emily ruin her life? Be so freaking for real. Be so freaking for real. They weren't even together a year. Even if Emily cheated, okay? Even if, I'm not justifying it, so don't get at me. Even if Emily cheated, that doesn't justify what Amber did, okay? And for a relationship that wasn't even a year old, I understand it's going to hurt and it's still a betrayal, but to be acting like your life would be fucking ruined, be so for real. Pathetic.
I can't comment on that, so I'll let you think on that one, but I just thought I'd put this screenshot here. As I've said at the beginning of this, so I'll let you...
I'm going live. How the fuck could you do that to me? She's crazy, dude. Crazy. There goes that, "Oh, so sweet. Oh, how much I'll remember the fond memories."
On that one, but I just thought I'd put this screenshot here. As I've said at the beginning of this video, and I'm saying it again here, this is my opinion. This is what I think. Other people will probably look at these and think other stuff. So...
yeah, but that's the fun part, right?
Yeah, go and watch your favourite creator if they cover this and see what they say, yeah?
Oh, we will, absolutely, Rachel. And I am going to pause it there. This is a very long video, you guys. Thank you so much, alright? Like, oh my god. What a roller coaster today was, just in general. But getting through this video, wow. Wow. Actually wasn't as borderline unbearable as I thought it might be. Just because talking about Amber for that long, in any context, is unbearable. But Rachel makes it very doable, in my opinion. Thank you guys so much, and a huge thank you once again to Rachel. Guys, I'm being serious. Like, go subscribe. There you go, Rachel.reacts. Go subscribe, okay? Thank you guys so much. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. Like and subscribe. Comment. Hope everyone has a beautiful, wonderful rest of their day, and I will catch you in the next one. Take care.